Let's see here if I can make this work. I have a little chat window off to the side there, so if we can see, I can see people typing. I don't know if I can hear people though. I don't know if they can join this hangout session or whatever. But open up the chat, type some things, I can read and answer some questions you may have. If the camera gets all funky for you, let me know. I have a little button I can hit that kind of like refocuses everything. But we'll see how this goes. Put this off to the side here. Here we go. All right, so I am Mike Pascal, and I am a purchaser at Peach State Hobby Distribution. And last week, actually the week before, Charles Agel came down to our Orlando location and gave us a little interview and rundown of the battle group boxes that are coming out for War Machine Hordes Mark III. One of the things that's great about these new battle boxes is that they are designed for the beginner, like entirely for the beginner of not just War Machine, not Hordes, but just miniature gaming entirely. So there's going to be a basic training guide that even tells you how to take your take your soldier or your model, and then it goes to the baby steps on how to move them. Just the basic concept of moving a model with a ruler, which most other types of games don't have. So with that in mind, they changed the plastic to a colored plastic to match the faction, which you can't see now because I've primed him. And but he was a teal. Let's see if I can get under the cape there. You can kind of see the coloring a little bit. He was a teal color. All the trolls in the battle box are going to be this teal color. So when you're a brand new player on the table, there's absolutely no confusion as to which models are yours. As you can see, the priming. Let's see if I can get it up here real close, and I hit my focus button. Hopefully that yields better results for you guys. And I'm going to take a whole bunch of pictures, obviously, and I already have. I'm going to take a whole bunch more really high-res photos. But the prime takes to it perfectly fine. It's not the same board game plastic that you saw in that's like an Undercity or any other kind of board game. It is the same plastic. It's the same mold. It's the same process Privateer Press has done for War Machine and Hordes. So, and I'm posting all these pictures up on Facebook for all the other faction boxes, and everybody's kind of like, oh, the mold lines they look kind of funky or whatever. Well, I can tell you firsthand, it's a bit overreacting. Your eyes are going to play tricks on you because the colors not what you're used to, and it looks like a toy, but it's the same detail. It's the same level of detail that you've come to expect and trust from Privateer Press, and they work really well. Cleaning it was just as easy. There wasn't a whole lot to clean on him. He was very, very good. The mold lines that were on him cleaned off very well. And if you watched our interview we had with Charles, I mentioned to him while I was messing around with the models that they felt different despite being the same plastic and the same I guess casting. They feel better. They feel a little stiffer. I always felt Privateer Press's plastics were a little soft, but this felt really good cleaning them up, and he got done pretty good. So now I'm going to show you guys just go over painting him. I don't think the quality of my camera is going to do very well for this, unfortunately. But we'll go ahead and do it anyways, and if we can open up dialogue and just kind of talk about the new Mark III stuff and help me pick out some colors, that'd be great, because I have some basic ideas on what I want the coloring to be, but I don't know for sure. So I think I'm going to go, and I'm going to go against my... I do play trolls. I'm going to go against my my faction colors, but I've already been painting them because I think I want to give this guy away to somebody. I don't know how yet, but I don't want to do what I've been doing. It's going to be kind of like mine because my trolls are purple, but there's going to be some deviations from the colors. So I think what I'm going to do is some purple skin, and on the rock features on their skin, I'm probably going to do like a gray. And the cloth, I'm going to do an orange tartar kind of color. I'm going to do an orange color, like a food machine coloring, and probably do some yellow and brown kind of tartan patterns on it. And runes, like you normally would do the runes. for trolls and steel plating. So should be pretty simple. But if you got any color suggestions, go ahead and let me know in the Google Hangouts chat window there off to the side is a group chat. I think I can see that. I think that's what you guys can see as well. I'm not totally sure how the YouTube stream is working. But if you can type something in the chat, I'd appreciate somebody to type into the chat. All right, so let's go ahead and put him down and get started on getting some colors ready. So first thing I want to do, and I do have my army painter brushes over here because I'm a klutz, and I absolutely, regardless of brush quality, I have to have brushes that don't roll around because, like I said, I am a klutz. I will drop him several times while I'm painting. I will drop my brushes many times. I will drop paint bottles. I just drop things, and it's my problem. So I got my 2 different water jugs over here. If you see, 2 different water jugs, and you're probably wondering, I'm going to say some things that may be common sense or a little redundant to people who have been painting miniatures for a while, because I do want this to be open, this to hopefully be utilized by people that are, again, brand new to the hobby, have never painted miniatures. So the reason I have 2 of these glass jars is one of them is for solid color pigment paints, and then the other one is for metallic paints. The reason why is because when you wash your brush off or rinse it off in your glass jar, once you rinse off your metallic, that bottle, that glass jar, now forever is going to have, or well, until you rinse it out, is going to have metallic flakes in it. So when you go rinse your brush off, and you're going to pick up those metallic flakes, and then it's going to go into whatever the color you have. So I use 1 jar for metallic and 1 jar for all the other regular opaque colors. So when I do I'm not using a fancy little a wet palette or anything. I'm just super old school just palette here. So I'm not going to get super complicated. I'm going to put some base colors down and do some simple techniques. Nothing super advanced because, well, it wouldn't show up on this camera anyways, probably. So we're going to take our trusty brush here. If you see the jars, I like to use them. You can pick them up from any kind of craft store. But you look down in there, you can see there's like this fuzzy little thing. It's this the sponge, and it's all covered in like brushes down at the bottom. So when you rinse your brush off, you swirl it around there at the bottom, and all those bristles at the bottom of the jar go through the bristles in your brush and help clean it further. So which color? I'm going to start. A good tip when you're painting and you're starting off with a model is to start from the smallest point and then work your way out, which generally is the face of the model, and with the case of Ragnor is also the same. So that is the smallest point. But I think what I'm going to do, because I'm still not totally decided on the colors, is I'm going to do some things that I'm going to paint some colors that are very obvious for me, ones that I know I'm going to keep on there. So I'm just going to do some simple things, like maybe just paint the stone here on the side or something really simple, just to warm up my hand and get control a little better before I go into it. So with that rock, let's see here. Let's get some gray going, and I have this gray here. Again, if anybody can type in the Google Hangouts chat, please do, and that way I know that you can hear me, and I know the chat here works. Otherwise, I have to go find where the other chat window is. So I believe this gray is like the exact same color gray as the primer that I used, and that's fine by me. I still put the coat on because it does it coats it more solid, a little better. The primer I use, I did choose a gray because I like the balance. I like the neutral. Some people go black, some people go white, because it gives you definitely gives you a giving you a darker tone or a lighter tone depending on the color that you choose. I like the gray because it's neutral and I don't have to worry too much about it that way. So let's just put the gray down here on the rock. And with this thing right here, with this part, I'm just using which one is this? Just the Wargamer Regiment brush. This is my work brush. This is the brush I use when I'm putting down base coats on everything. I abuse the heck out of it. So don't got to be super cautious with it. just kind of laying down some color. We can be real aggressive with it. And before I dipped the brush in the paint, I did dip it in the water and left a lot into the bristles, so my paint gets watered down enough. You want it to have kind of like a milky substance to it. You want it to go on smooth, because if you don't add water to it, it's going to get some. You're going to leave the bristle or the brush marks are going to be left in there, and nobody wants brush marks in their paint. Every time I judge painting contests, that's one of my big things I always go for. If I see bristles, if I see brush marks, if I see gaps in the model or mold lines on the paint, I usually mark off pretty big for that, because that's very basic introductory stuff that if you're entering a contest, you really should have that kind of basic stuff down. So can't see back here, so I'm just going to cover it with the gray and not worry about it too terribly much. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to open up my Facebook chat and see if other people can say something there. See if anybody's watching this, see if like the Trollbloods in the Trollbloods Facebook group. Let me know. Just type something in there. Hey, I'm watching. That way I know you can hear me, and there's some way to type, because I'm not seeing any kind of chat over here in the Google Hangouts part of it. I don't know if I'm doing it right. Okay, Jason Herbert, I am the man. I'll give you a like. So, all right, I'm not going to worry too much about this chat here. Just open my windows back up and go to town, paint this guy. So, keep your brush wet if you can. Don't let the paint sit on there for too long, because then your brush gets all dry and you can kind of screw up the point of your brush. Gray in there. And again, I'm not painting. Like I said, you should paint from the center out, but that's really only if you have a clear, concise plan on the colors that you're going to use. I don't really know. I know the base colors that I want. I know I want to work orange into here somehow, and I'm currently saying I'm going to do purple skin, but that can change if I get some feedback. That would be super helpful. Because again, I do play trolls, but I am going to paint him different from my standard scheme, because I do plan on giving him away somehow. I don't know if it's going to be Mike giving it away or it's going to be a Peach State hobby thing. Not 100% sure yet, but I do know I am painting him for somebody else. So, some gray on here. I love the little Easter egg, or the sad turtle or a happy lizard or whatever it is in his mallet. I love that somebody found that, and I want to think that was deliberate from the sculptor, but I don't want that to be verified, just in case it's not real. You know, let's keep that like a unicorn. Let's keep it like we don't know if it's deliberate or not. That way, in our mind, you know, they're that much smarter and cleverer than we think they are. Ugh. Alrighty, and in a small room there, mallets covered. All right, any other big gray areas that we want to cover up here? Yeah, I guess we'll just go ahead and that's it. I think I've bought myself enough time. All right. Let's see. I bought myself enough time there. Let's go ahead and... Yep, that's it. I'm committed to purple. We're doing purple. Purple skin. Get some shake going on in the paint bottle here. And no, that's dry. It's just old and dirty, and I'm too lazy to clean it out. Oh. Doop-a-doop. Drop, drop. Yes, I should be using a wet palette. But we're just gonna do this quicker. Get it to a little point there. You dip your brush and kind of dip your brush in and pull it back. And when you're doing it, if you can, give it a little bit of a twist when you're coming back up. That way your point, you hold some paint in the bristles of the brush, but you go back to a bit of a point there. All right. All right, come on. Get some purple there on his arm. We are committed to purple now. I was going to do just the standard troll colors, but I couldn't find a Trollblood army paint box, and I didn't have any myself personally yet. So I just decided to go with the paints that I do have. No, this is I gotta go back with a second coat anyways. So if you see, I don't know if the camera can show it that well or not, but you'll notice it's not going on completely solid here. I'm gonna have to go back with a second coat of purple. Purple tends to be one of the thinner colors out there, unless you go on with some pretty thick globs. It also tends to stay a little bit wet in those colors. No, I probably am going to use the wrong terms for things, but it's the terms that I know, terms that I use. I've never really followed anybody else's guidelines. It's always been me figuring it out as I went. Because when I learned how to paint, I'm 34 right now. When I learned how to paint, I was 8 years old, and there was no online guide. There were no online communities. It was you, bottles of Tester's enamel, and a whole bunch of trial and error. I don't know if you've ever painted with Tester's enamel paint. Good God. It was not fun. This acrylic stuff is light years away from what it used to be. Just nice and thin, smooth pigments. Goes on with no real effort. Coats nice, comes off the brushes real easy. Oh, look at that. I'm painting completely off the camera. Well, it looks like I have to stop for a second and shift some things around. That is my bad, guys. I should have looked up before I've been painting. All right, we got a purple arm. So bear with me. I'm going to shift the camera here. I didn't realize I had everything all nice and centered in front of me, but it's much further away, I guess, than I actually use. So this right here is about where I've been painting. So then let's shift my paints down. Shift them back up some. Shift my paints down. Pull the computer down. And then finally pull my little stand down. You should see this rig I have. I don't have anything remotely professional. I have a bunch of board games stacked up with my cell phone zip tied to a bunch of metal rulers hanging over the work area here. I did what I had to do. I am a hobby gamer. I kit bashed it. That's what it is. I kit bashed a camera set. IR professional. Again, I don't know if anybody can hear me. If you can type in the Google Hangouts chat room, that way I know that you can hear me and the chat works, because I don't know if this is working properly or not. let's get these other brushes out of the way. All right. Let's get some paint. A little bit more. And like I said, I got to go back and do a second coat, so we don't got to worry about it too much here in the elbow pit because it's going to be nice and dark anyways, and when I put a darker wash into it, it's just going to run in there anyhow. So I heard a chime. That's not from the Google things. It's somebody putting in the Trollbloods. I'm watching, says Sean Clark. Hello, Sean Clark. Sean Clark with a K. Alrighty. So, I have committed to skin being purple, clearly. The cloth is going to be orange unless somebody can convince me otherwise. Alright. I really do like purple trolls. It feels right. So I don't know how long I'm going to stay live here. I'm probably going to stay live for 2 or 3 hours, I guess. I paint really slow, so. And yes, I'm sure there's definitely things I can do better. And if you see me doing something silly like, hey, why are you doing that? You could do this so much better. Let me know. But what I'm doing here, why I'm not using maybe some advanced techniques that you may see is I do want this to be digestible for the brand new miniature gamer. I want them to be able to use this and watch it and not feel intimidated by not really having a whole bunch of advanced techniques. Just want them to see the basics. How do you paint a miniature? What are the simple ways you do it? Which tools do you need? Which so far you just need a brush and some paint. And a live stream you can't really figure out, apparently. Nifty! Alright. So, let's get some water back in the brush, not take too much off. Soak up some purple and go to town with the first color on right here in his hand. So, what I have him on, this is a pill bottle. You know, this was this was one of the prescription drugs I had for one of my dogs. So I've used this many times to do a couple things. I put them on the base with blue tack that you can see like wall poster tack. Put them on there, and then I hold this and prime them. Now a lot of people just put them onto boxes, put their models onto boxes, and prime them that way. Well, I live in Florida, and I don't know if you've ever been here, but it is pretty much 100% humidity all but 2 or 3 months out of the year. So I've had horrendous luck when it comes to priming models. The humidity is such a negative factor when you're priming, and it's impossible to get away from. I live on a lake as well, so it's even worse than just living in Florida. I live right on a lake, so it's always humid here. So having the miniature on this bottle when I go to prime it is really helpful because I can just hold it, and as I'm priming the model going back and forth, I can twist this. I can twist the model and move it how I need it to, so I can get all the angles and not have to go back with while it's on a box, because that really messes it up. Gives me more control over the priming. So let's go here. And again, I'm just going to go. I'm not going to be super clean with this because it's a pretty thin layer that I'm putting on. So I'm just going to be pretty dirty, get it done. Just lay down the purple color as needed. Alright, I'm going to need some Purple here in a second. And the other thing that's really good to have this medicine bottle for half your model on, like even cork works. Cork works really well. This also prevents you from touching the model with your hand, because you have a bunch of grease in your hand. Whether no matter how clean you are, everybody's skin's got some grease in it. And when you put your grease on the paint, it actually like starts to clean the acrylic paint off, and it'll brush off the paint. When you're not paying attention, you can do it. So it's a good thing you don't really want to hold the miniature in your hand anyways. You want to have it attached to something else and hold it that way. Now let me this seems to be the average height I'm working at. So let me hit my focus button here and get it refocused up on that height. There, that should be a little better for everybody. So get some purple up in here. I might go get my wet palette after all. That way I can put down some more paint. So what is everybody excited for Mark III? Specifically for Trolls, of course. Right out of the gate, let's talk about Trolls. Anybody got anything, any gossip, anything juicy they want to talk about? Any hopes and wishes? I mean, I'm sure a lot of us Troll players out there, Crix was always the bane. The bane of our thing. We didn't really have a whole lot of answers for it, So it was someone set me up with some Facebook messages. Let's see, was that something important? Hey Mike, your camera's completely messed up. Just ignoring, oh, it's just my wife. She's telling me what's going on with the ends of the hammer. Oh, Sean Clark, what's going on with the ends of the hammer? Hey, Sean Clark, can you, since you seem to be watching and commenting here, can you type into the Google Hangouts chat window? But what's going on with the ends of the hammer here? I wasn't super confident with the colors. I'm expecting Runes of War to be nerfed to fall. Well, Runes of War already got nerfed, didn't it? Or, yeah, I guess they both kind of already got hit not too long ago. But what's going on with the hammer here? I wasn't super confident with the color choices I was going to make, so I just started painting something to get going and get my hand all warmed up and rested. You shouldn't, because you should never just go into it into cold. So instead of starting like on his face, where you should, which is the smallest point, and work your way out, I just painted something that was super simple, again, just to get my hand and brush control up before I committed to purple, which I have committed with purple now. But back to the Crix thing. Crix has always been a difficult thing for us Trolls. We never really had a good answer for them. It's just kind of survive, right? And hope the rolls aren't the best. And it wasn't a good matchup for us ever. So now, the Crix stuff came out yesterday, and I don't play tournaments that often, but I do follow everything. It appears that we're going to have a little bit of a better time, especially against Denny. But that's speculation, right? Because this is Mark III. We don't know how the rest of the game plays, and we don't know what our models do. And War Machine and Hordes has always been a game where you can't just worry about your own models. It's something you have to know your enemy. You have to know their strengths, their weaknesses, as much as you know your own. So I'm hopeful. I think it'll be a little more of an enjoyable time for us for Troll players against Crix. I think anybody, because Crix was always such a difficult, ever since the beginning, such a difficult army to go up against because of their debilitating effects that they have. And now, well, just for the few things that we've seen, it doesn't seem so anyways. I could be wrong. If you hear a bunch of rustling and banging around, that's my dog's tails smacking around. The wife just walked in from the grocery store. And let's see here, go back to the other window. No chatting going on there. So I got his hand covered pretty good. We're going to move on to another spot. Let that finish drying up. We do. Oh, there's just one more completely bare spot. Alrighty. And just a couple other spots back here. And yeah, I just have to go paint something else. Let that hand dry up. Let's go back over here to the left arm now. If you see, I'm shaking pretty good today for some reason. Not totally sure why, but if you feel like you're shaking, take your finger from another hand, from the hand you're holding your brush rather, and just kind of like put one finger down, and that'll do a lot for stabilizing your hands. And if you do have any shaking going on, what'll happen is they'll shake together. Instead of shaking your brush around, they'll just shake together, and it'll be a little less shaky there. So just plant that pinky. All right. How's the video quality for you guys? Is it working out good? I know if you stick around, if you stay in it longer, it works itself better. That's what the internet's told me. This is the first time I've used this, so I don't totally know exactly how it's going to work out. But it said I can film for 8 hours, so good or bad quality, I'm going to have 8 hours of me rambling at a blurry Trollblood. All right. Sometimes when the model's assembled, you got to get some tricky angles. So I got to come in backwards at this brush to get his hand in here. Or to brush his arm, rather, I should say. But that's okay, because the shading in there is going to be really dark. So any of my mess-ups aren't going to be seen that well. And I could use an airbrush to put these base coats down, but again, for those of you that may just be joining or what have you, I am doing these. I've been doing this, taking this whole, Mark III reveal stuff approach or campaign approach to the beginner, not necessarily for the advanced gamer or the advanced hobbyist. So I want to use beginner tools. So brush, not use a regular hand brush, bristle brush, as opposed to an airbrush. But yeah, an airbrush would be a lot easier to put down these base coats. Much quicker. He actually doesn't have a whole lot of skin showing. He's covered up in leather and armor and runes and just awesome. He's such a really good model. Really cool looking. It looks like his hand here. It's now dry. I'm kind of all over the place, so I tend to do that, and I think that's what takes me longer to paint. Is when I'm spinning the model around, I'll see something like, oh, I got to go back and fix that, or I got to go back and do this, and I'll stop what I'm doing and I go back and I do it. And I think that probably just eats up a lot of time for me when I'm doing this. Whatever, it's fine. There's no right or wrong way. There's no right or wrong. There's maybe some better ways or more efficient ways, but there's no right or wrong way to paint miniatures. And don't let anybody tell you there is. When I had my shop, there was one guy that would come in and he'd tell people all the time, this is how you paint a miniature. This is how you paint a miniature. You're doing it wrong. I'd always like interrupt him, like, look, no, this is something people have to figure out on their own, and they've got to figure out what works best for them, because what works for one person definitely will not work for everybody. So it's something that you have to kind of figure out, organically, and what works for you. Because I guarantee what works for me isn't going to work isn't going to work for everybody. That's for sure. So I'm having a hard time here. It looks like there's leather half gauntlets or something that come up to here, and then his fingers come out. But over here on this side, clearly his thumb up to the first knuckle is in a leather strap. And I think the leather comes up to the first knuckle entirely on this fist. It does not on this fist. So the fists are different, it looks like. Oh, nope, I am completely wrong. I was wondering why it looked weird. So he's got leather straps that come up to just past this knuckle right here. So he's got leather that comes up to about here and then stops. I thought that looked kind of funny. I guess since it was such a solid, smooth line on this hand, there wasn't any jagged lines like ripped leather. I just took it as wrinkles in the hand. But over here, it's jagged and it stuck out to me. So that I kept going back and painting purple needs to be a brown. So, anywho, let's get some purple on his hand. Doop, doop, doop. Doop, doop, doop. I think I'm going to go for a lighter leather as well. I don't think I want it to be super dark because his skin's going to be dark. But I don't know. I have to see what the orange looks like, because I'm going to do orange on his clothing, his robe, his cloak and stuff, and his cowl. So if I go a light leather with that much bright orange, it might be just too bright overall. We'll have to see. All right. Oh, man. Doo-doo-doo. So what else is everybody expecting from Mark III? Anybody? I see 5 of you there. Can't type in the Hangouts. You can type it into the Trollbloods Facebook group or on Peach State Hobby Distribution Facebook page. Alrighty. That got pretty thick there for a second. I'll just work it out of the knuckles there. Let's see, can I get his thumb from back here? Yep. To sneak that brush in. Get the back side of that thumb that I couldn't reach from the other side. Again, I just have to make sure it's purple on there, because it's right on the back side. No one's going to be able to see it really. So it just needs to be a solid purple, and that'll be plenty fine. I don't need to get any kind of detail into it. Just as long as it's the right color. The natural shadows the miniature will create will not require me to go to town on the on the highlighting. So that's there. There we go. Let's get the purple going here on his bicep. Oh, second. Actually, I think that might be the third coat. Solid color. Solid purple. Oh, all right. Let's see here. What else is skin? I want to get some more purple done first before I go into his face, because I'm just not feeling the brush control yet. You always can go back and clean things up, but on the smaller details, like in the face, you tend to not want to get super dirty and super sloppy with your brush, because the details are a little finer. So yeah, it looks like all I left is the face for purple skin. So let me get going on that. Tea. I was on mute, but now I'm not on mute. I am just doing this at the kitchen table in our house. I didn't have the room for everything at my paint tables that I usually use. I have 2 roll top desks because of cats. That way at night, if I'm painting really late, I don't have to clean everything up. I can just roll the top down and save my mess for the morning. Now I'm going to go here paint into his brush. So I put paint onto my brush tip, but when I went to the model, I could see the point wasn't where I wanted it. So I just went back to the side here and just dabbed it, and that just kind of flattens your brush tip a little bit. We're going to want to do several coats in here. We don't want any paint on his face to be super thick. You want it to be thin and lots of layers, because the detail is really fine in here. And the last thing you want to do is build up too much layer, especially like over the eyes, because then you're never going to be able to get back in and get the whites of his eyes going. All right, big old lip here. Yeah, that's gonna highlight really well. Big old Joker grin. I like it. Let's get purple in here. Super sloppy with it. That's fine. That area is okay. It's just up around the eyes and then up against the teeth that I'm a little trying to be a little less aggressive with. Because again, you don't want a whole lot of layers building up accidentally on the eye sockets or the eyeballs, because then you're never gonna, like I said, you're never gonna be able to get those whites of his eyes to pop out. And I am doing a no-no. Yes, my finger is on top of the model here. Sorry, I'm gonna do it. And you shouldn't touch the model when you're painting, but I just need to have that better stabilization going on. There's a big old pocket now. If you guys watched the video I had putting this guy together, just assembling, no need to watch the cleaning video. There's not a whole lot of interesting going on there, but putting this guy together was a lot of fun. Like it was surprisingly, it was a fun kit to put together. It felt like a model kit because the way the pieces went together, especially back here on his leg plates. When I then put the his cowl in, it just kind of like it fit together. It was just it was neat. It was a cool model to put together. It's very well designed for what it for being a miniature. All right, now I think that's it. All right. We're going to work some purple here into the stones, just into the cracks of it. I do just want the cracks to have some purple down in them, even though they're going to be gray. All of his stone features will be gray. upper lip. Upper eyebrow. Oh wow, those eyes are really tiny for him. For the size of, for a troll, his eyes are really small. It's all that anger and aggression. It's all that sky splitting he's got going on. Let's go check out. Open up another little Facebook post here. Whoops. Oh, there have been some comments. It looks like a lizard face. It does, Jason Herbert, if you're still there, it does look like a lizard face. There's another Facebook group. They have it just from one angle, because the lizard face is smiley when you look at it from up, but if it's down, it looks like the sad duck meme. Again, I hope it was deliberate by the sculptor. I don't want to know if it was deliberate or not, though. I just want to keep it in my brain that it was a deliberate move. I want to think that Privateer Press put those little Easter eggs inside of their sculpts. Again, if you're watching and you can hear me, if you can, in the Google Hangouts, turn on the chat feature or type something in the Google Hangouts chat, that'd be great. If I can type something. Okay, I type something. So it's working. I know there's people there, and I know you're watching. So let's see here. I think base coat's done on his face. I got all the purple on there. It's dirty, but it's on there. Oh, no. And the dark crevices, the dark reaches there. There's just not enough purple. And again, I'm sure the camera quality is not the best because my cell phone is, whoa, hit it. My cell phone is just hanging over my workstation on a metal ruler, zip tied to it. So I am going to be taking really high res photos, kind of like we did for that, the 360 degree GIF of after he was assembled, he was just the base plastic. We'll do that again for him, and then we'll take just some really high res photos of the finished model. You see, I'm cleaning my brush a lot. I like to clean my brush a lot. I don't like to let the brush get a lot of paint in it because the paint goes into the wick, the base of the wick here, of the brush. And when the paint gets down here into the bottom of this, your bristles are gonna get pushed apart, and that's when your brush gets ruined. So I clean my brushes constantly. I'll paint for 3 minutes, 4 minutes, and then I'll go clean the brush off. Oh, I do have some more base coating to do over here. Oh, you have to be careful. Sometimes when you're painting, like I just happened, I don't know if you guys can see it on the camera or not, I'm trying to get in his bicep here, and I hit this armor plate, and when I did, it frayed the bristles all apart. Don't freak out. Don't pull the brush away. Just calmly kind of press the brushes against the model where you're painting, and they should go back together because the paint and the moisture will hold them together. All right, so is all the purple done? I think all of the purple is coated on. I do want to put one more coat of purple here on his bicep, his left bicep, just because it's such a prominent, round and smooth muscle area, which typically that's always been when I started playing Trolls, painting wise, that was one of my worst nightmares. Like, how am I going to paint all of this flesh? Like, it's huge and big surfaced and round, and you're gonna have to do so much wet blending and what have you. And I did. I got good at wet blending, but it scared me at first because I was so used to a more metal, metallic and soldier kind of appearance. So everything had an armor plating, everything had rigid lines, and then I pick up Trolls, which are it's a meat mountain, just big, soft, curved muscle areas. So I tend to make sure I will, because it's, again, such a prominent area where when I get done with the highlighting, this bicep is going to really pop out, no pun intended. I really just want to make sure the base coat on there is a solid purple and it's nice and smooth. So I'll do a lot. I did a lot of coatings on that. I think that was probably my fifth coating on that bicep in particular. Okay, so purple's on there. What is next? Let's go ahead and do some brown. We're going to have some brown here on his pants and this leather strap over his shoulder. His gloves, which actually the gloves are going to be a different color brown than his pants. It's a good thing he wore his brown pants today, right? Ha ha ha, Deadpool. Yeah. Oh, the scruff. It's funny. I pulled out a bunch of colors I was going to use. I didn't even think about the scrolls or his back cowl here, what I'm going to do on it. Didn't even think about it. Oh. Well, that's easy. Cowl, that's a really easy color. I use bone color for scrolls, and then I'll just put a brown wash on them. I learned that very easily. My first army was Minoth, so scrolls are nothing. I learned how to do those really easy early on. Plus, back in the 40k days, everything had the seals of the Emperor, or whatever they're called. Alright, so brown. Brown. There's pants. We're going to do a darker brown on the pants. Shake this bottle up. And furiously shake the first time you use a paint that you haven't used in a while. I used to put BBs in my paints. And, well, BBs are kind of lead-based. They'll bleed in pretty good. Oh, thank you, Jason Herbert. I appreciate you trying to make the effort there. I've never used it before either, Sean. And you guys are, because what I'm showing, my screen is a Google Hangouts video. It's not actually YouTube, which is weird. So maybe you have to be into Google Plus. I'm not totally sure, but chatting seems to be fine in the Facebook group. That's working out pretty good as well. So I'm going to move that so I can actually see that and pay attention to that and give up on the Google Hangout stream, because I don't think that's going to work. Doesn't seem to be anyways. Oh, I can move that over some more. Anywho. Oh, I got some brown in there. I'm going to go to town on his pants. A little too much. Again, I'm going to do dark first, and then I'm just going to add some highlights. I'm not going to put a whole lot of shading in here. I'm not going to need it because of where the brown is. It's just on the top, and it rolls down to the middle. So there's no brown that rolls underneath, so I don't have to do a whole lot of dark shading. Just highlights will be fine for this. Well, at least for what I'm going to be doing with them anyways. So what, out of the other factions, what is it you want to see changed? Not necessarily, oh, I'm glad that's no longer a thing and I don't have to work against it anymore. What do you want to see change because you'd like to see excitement? You know, what cool thing would you like to see another faction have? Specific colors? Okay. So I am just using basic Army Painter colors. I'm not using the P3 line because I don't have a whole lot of them, and the pots I just don't have a whole lot of them. So all I'm using on his pants are oak brown. His skin tone is the alien purple, and the stone was uniform gray. I was going to pick up one of the Trollblood um, Trollblood colors boxes, but we've been out of them for the last 2 shipments we got in. We didn't get any, and I should have some coming soon, maybe, hopefully. But I did run out of them in Orlando. I did have more in my Jersey and Texas and California locations, but when I realized we were out, it was a little too late to pay overnight freight to get one sent to me. So we're just gonna. And leather is one of these colors because of how smooth it is. You really, I mean, everything you want to go multiple layers, and you want to make sure everything is nice and smooth. But leather is a texture. People know what it feels like. It has a softness to it, and what you expect it to touch, what you expect it to feel, and what it should look like. So you want to, again, make sure you're doing as many layers as possible, as needed, I should say. Don't do as many as possible. Is the bad word. Just do as many layers as needed. So I really only had to do 2, not a whole lot of brown there. I'm going to work some brown into this leg plate, though. And I used just a light gray primer. I was going to do the black primer. I don't know exactly what the term is called. I was going to do the black primer and then the white primer on top to give it the highlights, you know. I don't know what that term is called again. But I was going to do that. But again, just like the battle boxes, I wanted to keep this as beginner friendly as possible and not get super complicated. So one color primer and a neutral color at that, not black, not white, gray, something that's neutral. Keep it as simple as possible. Zenithal. So what did you say here, Sean? Ninja. I'm pretty new in place. This is Sean Clark. I'm pretty new in Play Signar. I'm fully expecting changes. What does annoy me is the activity train on the PP forum and Facebook groups. People are potentially taking the spoilers way out of context. That's true, Sean, and you're going to get that. You know, you have to realize something. If you know, I was talking to somebody, Charles Egel, and he said, you know, we have 130,000 gamers, fans, whatever it is. If just 1% of those guys are upset about something, just 1%, you know, that's a lot of people. That's a whole bunch of people that can get loud. And whenever anybody goes to the internet and they get negative, they get really loud. So I learned a very long time ago, for any game, not necessarily War Machine, Hordes, or Private, or anything, you got to realize the forum trolls are just that. They're there to do one thing, and that's to bemoan their griefs upon everybody. They can't see. The glass is always half empty. It's never half full, you know? So they're taxing, and they're a bit annoying, but you just gotta let them run their course and not let them affect you. They are also the loudest, and they're the persistence. You know, all this week I've been releasing photos of the battle boxes that Charles brought to us, and I didn't have the best photos. I didn't have the best lighting. I just used what we could, and they're nowhere near as bad as the few people that chimed in about the mold lines. They're just not bad. They're not. they're fine, and it's the same plastic. Everyone says it's the board game plastic or whatever. It's not. It's the regular plastic they've always used. So you're going to get that with people on the internet. You're going to get that online. So you just gotta not pay attention to it. It's just noise. Tune it out and do your own thing and enjoy the game and have fun. That's all you can do. Learned that long time ago. long time ago. But yeah, it's a hard thing to get over sometimes because they are the loudest. All right, where's the next brown? This color brown. So the next color, this brown is now going to go on this. He's got a big leather strap that goes over his left shoulder, goes through his back, goes over his back, and down to, looks like each of these leg guards here. And it probably also attaches here to the backpack. And yeah. So let's go ahead and do that now. So aside from that, what is it you want to see change? Like, what would you like to see a model do? What cool thing would you like to have? You know, in the interview video, we were talking about the new contents for the Trollblood box, and there's now a bouncer in it. The bouncer has been one of my favorite aesthetic-wise models in the Trollblood army, but it's never performed as well as other models. It's not a bad model. It's not. There's very few, not, you know, I guess bad for lack of a better word, very few bad models in the Trollblood army, especially when it comes to the war beasts. But I just always wanted him to see him more. I want to see him more on the table. I want to see him having, I guess, a little more staying power. He doesn't have to be more aggressive. I just want to see him stay on the table more, but that's going to be hard because he is a light beast. You know, he's not going to have a whole lot of staying. He's just not going to, he doesn't have a whole lot of meat. But I'd like to see something. I'd like to see maybe his defense a little higher or something. That'd be good. Maybe even a counter charge. Yeah, it never gets old, Sean. It never gets old, and it's sad, you know. And everybody learns that eventually. You know, I have to admit, I guess, you know, 8-10 years ago, I was the same way as these forum guys. I'd get mad about something, and I would just I'd unhinge, and I'd take to the forums and I'd let loose. And I just got a little bit older, and I did it enough, and I got such a negative feedback by doing it that I just stopped, and I realized, what am I doing? This doesn't help the community. This doesn't help anybody. It doesn't even help me. Being negative about stuff just kind of makes everybody around you negative, and it makes them not like you. They may rally to your cause at first, but they're always going to remember, hey, that's that guy that is negative about everything. Well, same thing with Mountain King, Jason Herbert. And we got him. He's got Mat 6. I always said since the Mountain King came out, everyone said, oh, he doesn't do this, he doesn't do that. Like, whatever. He sits on an objective and he doesn't die. He just stays there, and that's his area. Sure, he came out, we all wanted him to be the crazy, highly destructive war beast that we feel he should be, just based on his aesthetics. But he just sits there, and he controls his zone. But I always said, Mat 6. Give him Mat 6, and any complaint I have about the model goes away. And he's now got Mat 6. We'll see how that shapes up in Mark III, but I'm a happy camper with Mountain King having Mat 6 now. And yes, I can agree, Mat 6 on the bouncer definitely will help. I think Mat 6 on anything trolls will help. And I think we're going to see that, you know. The now with toughness having it's not a nerf, I guess, but it is kind of a nerf where toughness isn't affected if you're knocked down. That's basically going to make that ability cost per model a little less. So they're going to have to give them some kind of a boost somewhere else, or just make the overall cost of the models a little bit cheaper. So we'll see. We'll see. We're not going to have. I feel that trolls aren't going to have as much of a support force having to come into each army going forward. We're not going to have to bring, 10 points worth of stuff. I think we may have to bring. Actually, we probably will have to make 10 points because everything's doubled now, roughly. That's what I don't know for sure, but that's what things are leading to believe, anyways. I would have also maybe liked to seen like a counter charge on him. That would have been cool. But I always go for the more aggressive kind of abilities. Kara Sloan doesn't need a buff. You kidding me? She's a weapon master from like 18 inches away. Oh no. But yeah, she's definitely not one of the top tier tournament warcasters right now. And she could use something. I don't know if it's a buff necessarily, or maybe just a rebalancing or something. But I think she's fine the way she is. She's caused me a lot of headaches. Agreed, Jason. It is more balanced. Um, toughness is always they always say it's 33% of the time that you're gonna get a successful toughness roll, unless you're a troll player. I've never ever once statistically met that 33% mark with my tough roll. I mean, I've maybe gotten 13% of the time or something. I can only remember one time I had this crazy luck roll. I was playing against my buddy Adam, and he was running Crix. Oh, I forget the Warcaster's name. Is the big medium-based guy Warcaster with the scythe, and he's got telekinesis. But I had Borka, and it was just Borka. Like only Borka was really left, and I did have an Earthborn running around, and I had an Impaler hanging off the side, whittling guys down. Have a good night, Clark or Sean. And he was there's a wall, there's Borka, and then his Warcaster was over here, and he has some other infantry with him, and he kept telekinesing me, and I would end up like on the wall, so I'd have to stay back one, and I kept like bouncing off and never going where he wanted to with the telekinesis, and then Stumbling Drunk would always take me far enough away that he'd have to work a little bit harder to get him, and eventually he just got so fixated on dealing with Borka and trying to control him out of the way and kill him that my Earthboard came over here and just like nom 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 nom. And yeah, I stompled all over him. That was fun. That was fun. That Earthborn he can boogie. So Jason, what is it you'd like to see in Mark III? Let's see here. I'm just gonna jam this brush in here in this corner, in this crack, and just fill it up with the brown, because again, that's detail no one's gonna see, so I can get pretty dirty with it. Doesn't have to be smooth, it just has to be brown. And there's looks like some tassels or something here on the edge. I don't know if I'm going to do them the same color or I'm going to do them a lighter brown. I'll probably do them a lighter brown to have them pop out a little more. They're right here on the edge, little tassels. So brown strap on his shoulder, over his shoulder is done. Now we gotta do the brown here. Hope Trollbloods as a faction gets a clearly defined niche. You explain that a little better. I think we kind of do. We stick around. We don't necessarily die. We're tough, and I don't mean tough like in the mechanic. You know, we got a lot of heart. We got a lot of high armor. We got a lot of hitboxes. We got some big meaty models. It's not to say that everything out there is not destructive enough to wipe us off the board quickly, but I think overall we're a little more sturdy than other models, and I think that's kind of our niche. I think that's kind of our focus. You endure the opponent long enough for your heavy hitters to land, you know, long enough to get Mulg or an Earthborn, for example, up there and take things out. Holding objectives, you know. Understood. Well, who was it that just recently got star-crossed? Or we think it's star-crossed based on a blurry picture. So, you know, Kalandra lost her signature spell. But I still think tough is a mechanic, right? That's just a mechanic. But I think the overall design for trolls is the embodiment of tough. Like, again, we have a lot of hitboxes. We have a lot of armor. We can also easily be hit, but that's also unique to Khador. Well, I'll tell you what I'd like to see. We'll stick with specifically the trolls. I lost my train of thought. And that is not leather. That is metal. Is it? Yep, that's metal there on top. So we're not going to paint that any further. I'd like to see, for trolls, maybe not as effective as beast handlers that Scorn have, but I'd like to see something that gives us a little more control or a little more, I guess, options or perks, or I don't know, something like the beast handlers or the Minoth's vassal to help us with our beasts a little bit. Because most our warlocks are very fury hungry. And it'd be nice to be able to do that. And also because we're all medium base or larger, so everything has to be right on top of one another. That would let us just be able to spread our beasts out a little bit more and cover the field a little more effectively, as opposed to just one or two objectives. Because whenever you have 3 objectives or more, it's really hard for trolls to get over there to that third one. That's true, Jason. That's what I was hinting at, or getting at with the toughness change. That I think that will allow them to redesign the trolls a little bit, so everything's not as cost intensive, or I think that's probably the wrong word, but that I think the toughness thing will address what you're talking about. And Jason said, I also like how Privateer Press have decided to remove the troll taxes to open up design space. Troll taxes are referring to, that means the stuff that we kind of have to take in our army, which is the stones, for example. You always have to take a unit of stones because it's everything in the army was designed with the intent of having those stones in play, or at least not the intent, but the option to have them. So they have to be taken into consideration. And now that tough is not as powerful as it was, I think that's going to make it a little bit easier on the design part to give trolls a little more tools to handle the problems we've never had we've never really had answers for, like cricks, for example. We've never really had a good answer for cricks. All right, that brown is done. That brown is done. That brown is done. Again, I think I'm going to do. He's got leather here on his gloves. I think I'm going to do a different colored leather for his gloves. I don't want it to be the same color. So yeah, we're going to do a different color brown for the leather. And for leather, we will use actually leather brown this time. Just a shade brighter, not a whole lot more. Give it a really good shake up. Any of my friends that may be watching this, you can't text me and you can't call me because I've turned my phone off as I'm using it as a camera. You can send me Facebook messages though. I'm always on Facebook. If anybody knows me, that's the truth. I'm always available through Facebook. So out of the spoilers, I guess, that have been released so far, regardless of faction, regardless of being trolls or whatever, what is your favorite thing that you've read about? What's your favorite thing that you've announced? Whether you think it's going to be really beneficial for trolls or not, you just realize, oh, that's a really smart change, and that should happen, and that'll be enjoyable for everybody. I'm excited for the power up. I think that'll be really cool for War Machine, and I forget what it's called for Hordes. That'll definitely make the game a little more exciting. Yeah, that's a good color brown. I like that. That is a good color brown. And we're going to just use this color as a highlight on the brown we already put down. I'm going to keep it simple. I'm just going to do single color highlight, maybe double color highlight, depending on the severity needed for the highlight, but I'm going to keep it as simple as possible. Simple and effective as possible. I was contemplating dipping this guy, but that felt sacrilegious to me. The first painted Ragnar out there getting dipped, I would have to turn in my my hobbyist card at that point. Nothing wrong with dipping. Nothing wrong. I dip quite regularly, actually, especially on the games where you are maneuvering fists full of miniatures off the table at a time. But not on this guy. He is too precious. Cool model. Yeah, that's good. I do like the change to Bane Knights. I do like that. How to get the power, not called powerful charge. I forget what it's called. Oh, Charles Agel, are you watching? If you're watching, we can talk about baby goats. Yeah, the quick rebalance is good. I don't even know if I want to call it a rebalance, because we don't, and again, it goes back to the whole, when Charles was down here, I kept asking him, like, what about this? What about this? Is this better? Is this worse? Is this? And, you know, he kept shrugging his shoulders and looking at me like, I can't answer it. It wasn't, and because it wasn't a matter of, it was a secret. It's a whole new edition. So how do you answer, is this model better, when I'm asking in the context of Mark II, and the rules are now for Mark III? How would I know that? Oh, cute Facebook messages are cute. So it's hard to say if it's a rebalancing, because we don't know what Mark III is, you know? But I think it's probably a step in the right direction. You know, Denegra needed to she needed to have a little bit knocked down from her pedestal, because since 2003 she's been ruining people's lives. If you're watching this and you want to talk to me, I can't seem to get the chat function working properly in the video stream. However, in the Trollbloods Facebook group where I posted a link to this, there's a conversation going on. There's Sean Clark was in there, Jason Herbert's now in there, and we are talking. So that seems to be the most effective way. In the Trollbloods Facebook group, there is a good little thing going on, a good conversation going on. All right. Doop, 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 doop. I think I have some tacos over here. I need to eat my tacos, I think. Well, I know I have tacos. All right. I don't know if you guys can see here, but as I'm painting this glove on, you can see here on his finger. I don't know if the camera is going to be that good. Let's see if I can get up on it, hit my little magic focus button, and change. Now, it looks good on my computer. I don't know if it'll look good on yours or not. But here on his finger, you can see where I got some brown on it from the glove. That's fine. You know, you just go back over it with purple later on, or when you're shading, whatever. But that's fine. You know, this is still clearly very early on in the process. Yes, tacos. All right. Tacos. All right. Get some more brown going on in here. Well, Jason, I've asked you what you'd like to see changed. What's the one thing that you really don't want to be changed? Or do you just hope it stays the same? And again, you always have to remember the context of where we only know Mark II, right? We don't know Mark III. You know, we know what happened between, I don't know if you were playing back then or not. Like, I know the changes that happened between Mark I and Mark II. For War Beasts and War Machine or Warjacks, it was a huge, drastic difference. it went from a game everybody commonly called Unit Machine to back to War Machine again. War Beasts and War Jacks were super effective, and everybody was taking them. It was great. It was a real fun time for War Machine again. I think that's going to be the case. I think everyone's going to have big stompy robots and big frenzied or not necessarily frenzied, but big, nasty monsters stomping all over the place. Massive carnage, two-handed throws, slinging everything around. That's what I want to see. All right. I'm going to finish this glove up, and then I'm going to eat my tacos. And then I'm going to go back to painting. Tacos are quick, so I'm not going anywhere. I'll be right here. Doo-doo-doo. So where does everybody normally play War Machine? Play at your store, or at a store that you go to frequently? You play it in your homes? You play it at a store. Which store? Alright, that glove is done. Yeah, Doomy Keeping Goad would be good. There's something about that feels right. This just old crotchety troll just pushing the beasts a little further, All right. All right, guys. You have to give me 1 second here. Said I got tacos. Just eat a caco, and then I'm gonna come back to painting. But let's see. Get some basic colors down. Like I said, I'm gonna keep it simple. I'm not gonna go super crazy with it. I'm gonna do some highlights. I'm gonna do some washes on some things, and then I'm gonna do some OSL here in the rooms. I want to make sure at least I'm going to not film the entirety of this whole process, but I'm going to make sure that I cover those techniques in the filming of what I do here. So I may jump to a more final technique before the whole model's done, just to show it. I had my mic on mute. Ha ha ha. So I was saying, when I was putting him together, this hand right here, when I put that hand on him, that was when the moment that the whole model like came together for me, and it looked like it hit me how just awesome this model is. It's really, really cool model. So Jason, where do you play at? For those of you that may just be joining us, if you want to join in on the chat, I can't seem to get the Google Hangouts chat to work for everybody. But if you go to the Trollbloods Facebook group, there's a thread in there for this feed, and we've been chatting in there with some people. I think my microphone was off when I asked the question last. Jason, where do you normally play at? Okay. So one of the questions I've been asking prior to this, to anyone that maybe knew, I was asking everybody, was what would you like to see in Mark III? What would you like to see from it? Maybe it's something different. Maybe it's more the same. What would you like to see? What would you like to get out of Mark III? I know for me, the transition between Mark I and Mark II was fun. It was much needed. You know, everything. I think like most people, what got me into the game back then was the big stompy robots. These giant, towering robots of destruction, just bashing against each other. You know, the first demo I was given, it was, I've got to bring this warjack over here. I'm going to pick up another one, throw it into the other guy over there, and then I'm going to come trample over your warcaster, and then boom, I win. Maybe not win, but have a good time doing it. So I'm looking forward to seeing the game get back to that, with a bigger, you have your big war beasts and warjacks just becoming more stompy. I think as a troll player, I think we still were as a faction. We could still have those big stompy things go through. Go around with the meat mountain lists and stuff with Doomy. It's a pretty big area, Jason. Do you have a particular game store that you go play at more frequently? So for those of you that are in the chat and can say, how's the camera quality? Is it okay? I'm sure you can't get the detail that you want, but is it good enough? On my end, it seems to be. Okay. I'm familiar with that store, Jason. About how many players do you have there? And is it a good spread of the different factions? Right. Tacos have been acquired. I have more tacos coming my way? I have more tacos. I must have been good. Alright. So I got the leather on this hand done. Now we need to do leather on this hand. And I guess I'll also go ahead and do the second coat over here on this glove real quick. There's some areas that are going to need it. Because the purple got up on the thumbs here. So I didn't realize there were gloves. Alrighty. Really cool model. I'm going to have a problem tomorrow, as I am going to want to keep painting now that I've started. And tomorrow is my 1-year anniversary with my wife. And if I tell her that I want to stay home and paint miniatures all day, I don't think that's going to go over very well for me. Oh, apparently she's going to go to Disney without me. So I may stay home and paint all day. That's technically permission, right? All right, there are no viewers. There are viewers? My thingy said there were no viewers. So what are you doing while you're watching, Jason? Are you painting as well? There's a glove here. He's got some plates, but they're not runes. I think they're just steel plates. So I'm going to be careful to not get anything on them, because I'm going to be putting probably some metallic colors on there. Not straight metallic. I'm going to cut it with some gray, but still, the metallics are pretty thin, and they'll take a lot of coats to cover up any kind of color. Selling food at a festival. What kind of festival? A Jazz Fest New Orleans. That's pretty fitting. That's like having a Gator Fest down here in Florida. We don't have anything music-wise. There's like no culture down here. I guess Miami. Miami has some culture. But for the rest of Florida, it is a bit of a melting pot, and there is no distinct culture or community. Oh, I'm going to have some trouble with the orange here. I just realized that. I don't think I've ever painted orange on such a big surface before. What should I put down as a base coat? Should I put down a light brown as a base coat, and then like a really light brown, like a tan almost, and then go over it with the orange? Or do I just tough it out and have to do like 8 coats? I think I'm just going to tough it out. Because if I have too much of the paint build up, I'd rather have it be of the color I want it to be. So after I get the gloves done here, I am going to get the orange put down. Again, I can go back with the purple, and I can clean up any messes that I have, but I'd prefer to not. Oh, that's a picture of food. I want to see this picture of food. What is that? Jason Herbert, what is that? Stop watching this video. Anybody else, go look at the Trollblood forums in the comment section for this video. Jason Herbert put a picture up of something. I can't even just. It's like a hot pocket ball with meat and cheesy goodness inside. Oh my god, that looks amazing. Better than tacos is a bold statement, sir. Creole stuffed bread. Oh my goodness, that sounds amazing. That sounds amazing. I'm gonna have to internet and figure out how to make that. So it looks like that leather. Oh, I gotta do his fingers and stuff. God, I was being careful up here to not get brown on his hands, but I forgot he's got gauntlets. Oh, half gauntlets of leather. Bracers, as it were. So a Creole stuffed bread is fresh bread dough stuffed with meat, sausages, cheese, and a little sprinkle of jalapeno peppers. Jason Herbert, that's dirty. That's talking dirty to me. One of my favorite food is Creole food. That sounds amazing. Well, Creole or dim sum. I really, really like pork buns because I'm alive, and everybody should like pork buns. All right. I did screw up here by painting all of those fingers purple and not realizing they're half gloves. I can see it's a little, the paint layer there is a little thicker than I'd want it to be, but it will be fine. Nobody will be the wiser unless they watch this video that is live to the world. But it's okay because apparently it's just me and Jason right now. But it will be posted on the YouTube. It will live in infamy. Oh yeah, well, the Lock and Load's in Seattle. They have a lot of really good good restaurants like that. I am not going to Lock and Load. I wish I was. That would be a lot of fun. I would lose terribly. I know I would because I don't play nearly as often as I should. Definitely not as often as I used to. I used to play back in Mark 1 days, anyways. I used to play. Our game store days were Mondays, Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and I would also then come in on Saturdays and play. And every day I'd play at least 3 games. So I used to play a lot. And then I didn't get burnt out. I guess I did. I guess I got burnt out. And I took a sabbatical from all gaming actually for a long time. I didn't play board games. I didn't do any role playing. I didn't do anything for a while. Just played video games for a long time. Video games and worked and hung out with friends. Now I don't play video games at all, and I just work all the time. It seems, but work is good for me. It's great. I work at a game distributor, so it's a little bit of it's a lot of fun as well. Like today's International Tabletop Day. I had no idea, or I mean, I knew because I have to know for marketing purposes, but it didn't hit me that, oh, I can go play games with people, and there'll be a lot of them at game stores because I get my gaming out at work, basically. Are you going to Lock and Load this year, Jason? I wouldn't mind going to Lock and Load just to hang out with everybody. I have a lot of friends that go. I have a lot of friends across the country I don't get to see that often, or like ever at all, really. Only at conventions I get to go to. Have you gone every year prior, Jason? Obviously you have, because you know about the dim sum restaurant that's down the street from it. Alright, his hand is giving me some trouble here. Nice. Yeah, I'd love to go. Again, just for the camaraderie alone, the War Machine community is fantastic. Whole lot of fun to be around. Doesn't matter if you know them prior or not, everyone's pretty welcoming and inviting. But I do have a lot of friends in Seattle I'd like to go see. Maybe next year. Most certainly not this year. Aside from the tournaments, what is it you like about Lock and Load? What is it you get to, what do you enjoy doing? That's actually good to know, Jason. Especially for guys like us from the South, where there's no such thing as hills, really. Especially down here in Florida, like there's nothing. You look off on the horizon, there's just the horizon. There's no inclines or declines at all in this entire state. There's this one city called Mount Dora. It's kind of a joke of a name, but it is 300 feet above water, which is, I believe, the highest point in Florida. So whenever I go to conventions and you have to go up and down flights of stairs or anything, we also don't have stairs here. All the homes are on one level. It's just it's not grueling more or less than it is. Oh, stairs suck. You know, we just don't have it. We don't have it. Everything is super flat down here. All right. Okay. I think that is all of that color brown. Oh, there's some darker brown up there. Yeah, I imagine there's a lot of the nerd famous folks running around. It's funny, you know, this past Gen Con was the first time I ever saw Jay Larson. And, you know, I know him business wise, right? I'm a distributor, he's a retailer. I know him, I know of him. But because I'm also, you know, a fan of the game and I'm a fan of the Chain Attacks show, the first time I saw him, I didn't say anything to him. I just let him walk by, and I felt really silly for it. But I definitely had this weird uh, moment of like starstruck because of Jay Larson. But it's interesting. People are just regular everyday Joes that you wind up, you know, admiring because of how good they are at what they do, and the things that, you know, the Chain Attack does for this community is fantastic. It's such a good show. All right. There, I missed this on the darker brown. There is a leather strap that is bolted to the metal, holding the two belly and back plates together. I did not see that before. There's little things all over this guy. He's got a whole bunch of good detail on him. Lots of cool things, lots of cool features. I'm painting off of camera again. Just keep sliding away. I mostly play Iron Arena. The tournaments really take up a lot of the time. Yeah, they do. So they're multiple day, you know. You got to go through this bracket to that bracket to that bracket. So they're pretty time consuming. So unless you're going there and you know you're going to have, you can stand a chance at winning, you know, it seems like I definitely wouldn't do a lot of the tournaments. I definitely would just go there and play and have a lot of fun, and like I said, hang out with everybody and play as many casual or Iron Arena games as possible. Not the last, the brown that's showing. I think that's the last of the dark brown showing. Nope. This side too. This dark brown, I can move on to the orange. So I know you're at a food stall, I guess, or something, Jason, but are you able to share any pictures of your trolls? Or your models, whichever armors you're playing? I love seeing people's models. It's always interesting to see the route they take within the coloring or whatever kind of feature they do. It's always been one of my favorite things. I'm a hobbyist first and then a gamer second when it comes to miniatures. So I don't get to play that often anymore, but I definitely still hobby and I still collect a lot of miniatures. Oh yeah, I bet the painting classes are really good. Any of the hobby stuff would be great to go and attend. Alright, I got that brown done there. That's orange, so we'll put the orange on. I think that's it for the dark brown, and the light brown are done. So let's, without further ado, let's go ahead and orange. And I am going to put down lava orange. This is going to be really, we'll have to see. I'll have to see. I might have to mix it with something. I think it might be a little too fluorescent of an orange, maybe? Yeah. Let's take a look. Oh, we gotta shake that some more. Drop. 2 drops. That's really bright. That's a really, really fluorescent orange. Let's see. Oh, it looks like we got a picture of Jason's stuff. Oh, we got a picture of a Mountain King. Oh, no, Mulg. I'm sorry. Mulg standing on top of, is that a Titan? Yeah, baby. We got a picture of Borka and Rock. An Extreme Rock. I'll have to show you pictures of, I did an Extreme Rock as well. I also did an Extreme Mulg. But I cut them up pretty good. You can't tell they're, can't really tell what they are anymore. Yeah, silly Titans. All right. Very cool. Now, I want to get another Mountain King, just to do not for gaming at all. I'm gonna model it completely, just for the modeling side of things. I want to have it ripping apart a oh good lord, what's it called? Legion Gargantuan. Yeah, that'd be cool. Just ripping him right in half. Oh, you know what? I'm putting orange back here on his cape, and this cape is brown. It is supposed to be a leather, not... Oh, you know what? Yeah, that is supposed to be a leather color. Whoops. So we'll just let that orange back there dry, and we'll go back over that with the brown later. Archangel, yeah, that's it. That is a bright orange. It is a really bright orange. So I was going to try to just do highlights because those are really easy to do, but I am gonna have to put some shading in this orange to bring it down some because it is just bright. I guess I could cut it now with a different color and bring it down some, but no, we'll just hit it with a wash, brown wash. Yeah, so I'd like to do a Mountain King where he's just ripping an Archangel in two. Maybe he's got his foot on the head of the Archangel, and he's just ripping the other, like two other chunks of the body apart, just holding his head down with his foot. That'd be really cool. And again, I'd do it more of a showpiece. I wouldn't do it on a regular gaming base. I'd have to make a vignette, as it were. I'm going to have to come back with a second and probably a third coat on this, though I am seeing orange typically is one of the lighter pigment colors, and it just wants to run and run and run and thin and spread and not necessarily cover. So we got some orange going on in there. It's good. I like orange. Wish I could paint more with orange. It's just it's just one of those colors that just wants to fight with everything out there. It really only goes well with a couple colors. Yeah, I will be doing a tartan pattern on here. I'll be doing a yellow and brown in some combination. I don't know if the yellow is going to be the line and the brown is going to be the bar, but I will be doing a tartan pattern on here, yes. These are the colors I'm thinking of right now. As I look at it, my brain will probably rework the colors a little bit, but I think those are the two colors that would probably look the best on the orange. Maybe a gray, actually. Maybe a yellow and a gray would actually look pretty good on there. Again, my brain will probably figure it out as I'm going on. The tartan pattern will be the tartan pattern will be the very last thing that I do on the model, because I don't want to get that tartan pattern done and then accidentally, hit it while I'm painting something else, So the finer finish details like that, you definitely want to do those last. So the tartan pad, the OSL effect out of the runes, the glow effect out of the runes, and then the tartan pattern, those will be the last two things that I do to this model. Squeeze that on the thing a little more. Again, when I get it all done, I will have pictures up. I'll post them in the Trollblood forums and in the photo album that we've been posting on our Facebook page, the PCA Hobby Distribution page. I will have good photos of him up there. As I'm painting here, I'm seeing another spot where I missed some leather. You're gonna find that. You're gonna miss things occasionally. By occasionally, I mean like always. Every time you paint a model, I always seem to miss a spot of a color that I've declared I've moved on from. I'm finished. Do. Have you put a? I can't tell on those pictures there. Have you decided on a solid tartan pattern yourself, Jason? That you've done consistently throughout your army? Because on Mulg there, I just see a red, which is his normal, his de facto colors. Foundation, or heavy. Use a foundation or heavy. Oh, correct. I do not have that though. I will very soon have a VAO range. Right now I am just using the Army Painter orange, which they only have one orange in it. It's okay, it gets the job done. You know, it's a beginner brand paint. It's definitely a great place to start. And there's nothing wrong with painting with them all the way through. However, there definitely are some higher quality, I guess, brands out there. A little more precise for getting the job done. Alright. I don't know what I was being careful for around his cowl. His cowl's going to be orange as well. Let's just get that done. Okay. Oh, very good. White with red lines and grayish tan bar. I like it. All right. I am not wetting my brush enough. Bad, Michael. Let me get my brush more in here. Twist it off to a point. I got a lot of surface to cover. So you play another faction, Jason, or is it just Trollbloods? Okay. Now I gotta start being a little more careful with the orange. Don't want to jab Ragnor in the eye with an orange brush. Orange here in the middle of his chest. I don't think that's supposed to be orange, but I want it to be. Here. Very good. So that orange is actually going on much easier than I thought it would be. I'm gonna still have to go back and do a second coat on some things, but it is going on a lot better than I thought it would. I've never really painted with orange before. Not to any kind of extent, you know. I've used orange as like a warning light or something like that, but not skin, or not a cloak rather, or anything substantial. Oh, I am completely off of the camera. I keep doing that. I apologize. Oh, I have other tacos that magically appeared. They are right next to me. An amazing taco machine. Apparently, according to the message from my wife, they've been there for a bit. I have just been enthralled with Ragnor here. Very cool model. Very, very cool model. I have to say, I wasn't, when I got the orange done here on at the bottom, I wasn't keen with it at first, but now that I've got the orange on his cowl around his face, I'm digging it. I think it's going to look really good when I get the grays of the rune on his belly on there as well. I think that's going to really contrast good with it. All right, now it's going on kind of thick, but that's fine. That'll thin out. Yeah, I have. I started off with Minoth, and I played that. I never bought anybody else. I pretty much only stayed with Minoth for collecting and playing and everything. And then Mark II, I went to Trolls. Actually, not necessarily Mark II, but when I came back to War Machine, because I did take a little bit of a hiatus, when I came back to it, I bought a starter pack with Trolls, and I really like throwing Wrathrock around. And I stuck with Trolls, and I've been playing that since. I've always wanted to play Signar because it's attractive. They're really pretty models. The design of the army is fun. It's what you want to do. You got big stompy robots. You got big guns. You got really cool knight like soldiers. So it's a really cool looking faction. But I never did because all of my friends were always playing Signar, so I didn't necessarily want to do that. All right, I'm just checking other Facebook channels here because I asked everybody to do the chat in the thingy, the Google Hangouts, but apparently that doesn't necessarily isn't working or and unviewable for other people. I'm not sure. So I am going through. I have other things. Let's see if I can go through my other chats here. Other places I posted the link to. I'm not seeing it. Let's go to this Facebook. You have to bear with me 1 second here, guys. No, I don't see anybody talking there either. So looks like it's just Trollbloods. Oh, those are some really good suggestions, Jason. Not the blue and orange. I'll tell you why. My middle school, their colors were blue and orange. And I really, really did not enjoy that middle school. But aesthetically, I really like blue and orange. But this, the first one you posted, that's a good one. I think the green will have to be replaced with a gray or something, because the green wouldn't go too well with the purple. I don't think, anyways. We'll see when I get there. But those are some really good suggestions. If anybody's watching this, yeah, no, Charles, I'm not going to do that one. That's a little too much. Although I do like how that white in the middle, that one bar, is sided, has like double bar. You know, it's one wide strip of the dark blue or gray with the white over it. I do like that. But for anybody listening, you want to see who I'm talking to in the Trollbloods Facebook group. There's the post I made, and there are some comments going on in there. That seems to be the most consistent place for chat. I can't seem to get the other chat features going all that well. All right, let me get back to painting. Actually, 1 second, guys. I'm going to go on mute for a second here. All right, I am back. Sorry about that. I had to make a request to get my tacos heated up because they sat there for too long. Alrighty, so looking down here in his cowl, it looks like I did unfortunately get the orange too much on his face. But we'll see when I get the highlights onto the purple, how bad that really is. Shouldn't be. Alright. Take a big glob of orange, put it up here. Move it around. I should have wet my brush, but should be enough orange that it's really wet. Yep, I gotta wet my brush. I'm sure you can't see it on the camera, but I can see it. It is just pretty wet there. Or not wet, lots of brush strokes. So what I did is I went and just wetted my brush, and I had some brush strokes up here. So I went and just dipped my brush in water and tapped it off a little bit, not a whole lot. So it was still wet, you know. And I'm going back over the areas that had the brush strokes in them. And all I'm doing is flattening them out. The brush is wet, so it's taking that acrylic paint and it's just thinning it out, and you're flattening it with the pressure from the brush. So I'm fixing my mistake. All right, leave that guy there. I have tacos to eat. Oh, those are really hot now. I have tacos that need to be cooled down. Okie dokie. back to the orange. All right, and I need to also put some more orange out. Blop, blop. And again, I don't know how long I'm gonna record, but I probably won't record the whole time to like completion the whole model. But like I said before, I will go ahead and make sure I put photos on all the Facebook groups once I get him done, which may not be until Monday night, because tomorrow is my 1-year anniversary, and I will not be allowed to paint miniatures that much, I know. And I wouldn't want to anyways. I do want to go spend time with my wife. It is our 1st-year anniversary. And she is a saint. I am not the easiest person to be married to. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. All right. Nice cape. All right, I dig it. I like it. Let me go back down here and I start the second coat. A really thin second coat is really all I need. There are just some spots that just need a little bit, not a whole lot. And I need some suggestions for what kind of base he's going to be on, what kind of terrain. So I just have some sand and some rubble down, some rocks, some bigger rocks. Should it be deserty? Should it be more muddy kind of colored? Should it be on the shore and I add just some small pools and water effect? Yeah, pretty good. She did bring me tacos, and then I did just kind of forget about them. And she made tacos. Tacos. She didn't make Nolan's meat pockets, though. I'm not going to be able to get those out of my head. I'm going to be thinking about those meat pockets for days now. Well, I think I'm gonna use tufts. No matter what, I've got tufts, the little fluffy, sticking up static grass balls. You know, the tufts. I have tufts for every season. Additionally, I have tufts pre-made with different color, every different season pre-made with different flowers on them as well. So I have a whole bunch of range I can do. Could do like a fall basing, you know, that would either complement or wash out the orange too much. I don't know. It might be too much orange if I went that route. think maybe just some green, some summer, spring green might complement it really well. Here, let me go get you the tufts I'm thinking about using. You'll see what I'm talking about. Okay. Here's some tufts I've already got. Like I said, flowers already on them. Oops. There we go. That's got a lot of flowers. That's excessive. Got a lot of flowers. I've got some white ones, some red ones. More white, another orange, another red, and another yellow. And I've got purple somewhere as well. So probably going to use one of these. I'm leaning towards, I think, the yellow, and I'm going to do a different one. This yellow is too thick. It's too much yellow. I need something I need to redo one of them that's more sparse, like this white one here, but with that color. So I think a yellow might work. If I go with the flower route, I may not go with that. I may go with tall grass. I don't know. Still very, very much undecided. So I usually decide that if I don't already have a theme going on, like I'm not doing consistent, I'm not keeping it uniform with the rest of my army. I usually just kind of figure it out as I'm going on, as I'm painting the model. It kind of hits me of like where this model would be standing. Clean off all my tufts there. Stuffed breads shipped to my door. Oh man. Open that in a new tab. Creole Lunch House. I'm going to order online all of these things. Oh my goodness. Yes. Thank you. If I didn't already have the base done, that might not be a bad idea. Then I could, if I was going to think of that, I could have built it up on some cork. But I said I already have the sand and the rocks on there. But that would have been cool for the colors that I chose. I could have had him on like a piece of, rock lava or whatever, pumice rising out of the lava, like how his hand is like commanding the lava to come out, the lava rock to come out. Always wanted to do lava. I've never done lava on an army. I've seen it done a lot on like some 40k stuff. What was it? It was a Legion of the Damned, and oh, good lord, Iron Warriors. I think there's always that one moment when you're painting a model, when you finally get this one particular thing done, that moment that goes, oh, you finally, like, you see the model as a whole. And I think that moment for me is going to be when I get the stones on his chin painted. I think that's going to be the moment that brings the model together for me, that makes me realize, that makes me really focus in on the guy. It's usually, for me, always something in the face. On top of a Titan? Anything goes good on top of a dead Titan. Okay, everything's going, still reading good there. Press the focus button. Alright. For those that may be new to viewing this feed, if you go to the Trollbloods Facebook group, that's where we are having our chat. I can't seem to be getting the chat working inside of the actual app, but if you go to the Trollbloods Facebook group, there is a conversation going on in the where I posted a link to this live stream. And right now it's been me and Jason going back and forth quite a bit. There's a couple other stalkers in here, but Jason is making these amazing. He was making these amazing stuffed Creole bread things that if you go look, you'll find them and you'll be just as excited as me. What color armor are you going for? Well, his armor is just going to be. It's just going to be plate. It's just going to be a very raw looking plate metal. Not a bright color either. It's going to be a darker steel color, and I'm going to use a plate mail metal, which is basically gunmetal color, and I'm going to cut it with a darker gray, so it removes some of the what's the word? Some of the metallic pigment and kind of mutes it a little bit, because whenever you do just solid metallic colors, it doesn't look right. It looks really fake. Silver would not. No. Not a true silver anyways. It would be too light color. It would have too much of a light tone to it. Yeah. And then I might do some non-metallic. I might do non-metallic metal plate. Probably not. That's too much work. Agrax Earthshade? No, I have not. Excuse me. Somebody refilled my plate with tacos. So I'm enjoying tacos. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to go on mute the mic for about a minute. So on his hands, he's got these really large rune plates. So those are going to be the stone, the gray stone that rune plates usually are. And then it looks like there's some bracing on the sides. I'm going to do a orangish gold, maybe a bronze color, holding them in. Yeah. Oh yeah, bronze would go good. Bronze color. That would go good. But he's got these straps that go along his hands here, and they're already a light leather. Should I just do a darker brown? You can see them there. They come around and hold the plates on his hand. I'm not totally certain, but I think it's just going to have to be a lighter brown. A lighter brown than what's there, anyways, I should say. Yeah, so that's pretty much the same brown. You get the same contrast, it's just a different tone. Let me play around with that brown there and see. And I'm going to slap on fur brown and see how it looks on those straps. It's the same brightness, darkness, contrast as those gloves. It's just a different color. The other solution would be black, but I don't really want a black. The black bands would just, black leather would just stand out too much. The fur brown. Yeah. For the base color, and then I'll dry brush on a really light, probably skeleton, like bone color. That would give it a good sand look. Okay. Tacos have been consumed. There are no more tacos. I ate all the tacos. They're all gone now. So no more taco breaks. Just painting. But I can't make promises about cookie breaks. There might be cookie breaks. Because cookies. Okay. Just get this orange down here. So what other games do you play, Jason? Or is it just War Machine? Yeah. It's a very good system. Yeah. Kingdom Death is good for the models. I can't say too necessarily much about the game. It's not a bad game, but it's definitely, for me, it's all about the models. All about the models. But I'm also playing Guild Ball. I have chosen the Masons. Because they have a mandrill for their mascot, and that makes me happy. And I also like their play style. Seem to be more synergy based than the other ones, which is good because I'm coming off of Trolls, which is nothing but synergy, right? Oh, I missed this orange over here entirely. Furs are good. That is the #1 chosen guild in the U.S. right now. Well, at least for the sales data that I have, anyways. Cool models. All right. Well, to get this orange on here properly, I'm going to have to brush onto the leather strap that I did there a little bit ago. Oh, I have a big blob of water coming down my brush. But I'd rather have to splash all over the brown than put the brown on and splash all over the orange. So I'm just going to have to make a mess of it and come back. There's no good way to really get in there because of the scrolls and the strap. So in a perfect world, I guess what I used to is I used to paint first and then assemble. I really wanted to get this guy together and show you guys. And I still normally do assemble before I paint now. Generally, it's not that bad, and you never really have a whole lot of issues. And there. There we go. Now, what is that? What did I just see? Okay. Every time you try to paint before you assemble, you chip your primer. Oh, yeah. So here's what I would do. I would have every piece, every individual piece, pinned on a individual piece of like a cork head, a cork top. So that way you wouldn't be touching the piece, and then I would pin it in such a way that that would also be where it would go into the model. Or I'd break the pin off if I couldn't put a pin in, if I didn't need a pin or whatever. But that's how I would do it whenever I had them, whenever I painted separate before assembly. That's probably one of the main reasons I stopped to do it. It was a very tedious process, and it's very tedious when you're doing a whole bunch of models, a whole army of models. And I don't put that kind of detail work into army games anymore. If I'll do it, like in War Machine's case, I'll do it for the Warcasters and the Warlocks and maybe some of the solos, but I won't do it for infantry. Just not going to happen. I don't have the time. But smaller model games like Guild Ball, for example, I can put in the time on those because there's so few. You know, you have at most 6 models per team. Well, on the field at one time, but you can always buy more. And the War Beasts, I tend to do a little more detail as well because they're bigger and they're more prominent, and they're specifically with trolls. They are gorgeous models. And the old school Mauler, the old metal Mauler, is still one of my favorite models Pirate Troopers ever done. It's so good looking. Mountain King is my favorite. That is, in my opinion, the best miniature they have ever produced. It is, I say miniature for a gargantuan, but it is fantastic. All right. Oh, I got little bits of orange all over the place. I have to go back and do some purple cover up on his face there. That's fine. Well, let's do some other things. We got some buckles here on the leather straps. I think we're gonna. You know what? I got orange there that I missed. I got a bunch of orange. Keep finding things. There's little nooks and crannies all over. I didn't realize that that's what this little strip was here. This is part of his shirt / cloak thing, robe. Make sure I get that done. There. And it's over here on the back. cork. When I say cork handles, I mean like a cork stopper, cork like for a bottle of wine or some olive oil or something like that. And yes, you can get them from Walmart, or dollar stores sometimes have them. There'll be like a bag of a bunch of little cork heads in them. But they're cheap. They usually come with like a different variety size or something. So if you go to Walmart, if you go into the aisle that has the glue and the crafting stuff, they'll be around where, oh, what is that stuff? Where they keep like the fake floral. So it'll be like glass beads and some other miscellaneous crafting things for floral stuff. But then there'll be a bag of those cork heads. Matter of fact, you know what I'll do? Just to give you an example, let me go to my work desk and I will show you exactly what I'm talking about. I will be right back. So this is what I'm talking about. These are some smaller pieces that some smaller Bayou Gremlins from Malifaux that I put on cork and pinned them. So because they're not on a base, you don't have anything to hold on to. And then I'm going to use that pin. I'm going to cut it, about here from the model it's going on to, and then I'll use that to attach it to the model. Same thing for this gremlin as well. It's funny, these guys have been in this state of paint with the base coats done for about 4 years now. So I've yet to go back and finish them. And I have the same thing for my Victoria models as well. This is one of my favorite models I did. It's really pretty. So, and with her, what I'll do is I'll take her off of the cork, and then I'll put her onto a regular base, which I've already got the bases made. That's primarily what I do now. I will paint it like this, where I have the model off of the base it's on, paint it assembled, and then I'll put it onto the base it's going to. That way I can get a little more detail onto the base work. That's the thing I like to do the most. I really like base work. So there's the Victoria's sister. So that's 2 ways I use the corks. But that's what I'm talking about. They're corks this size. Sometimes they come this size. The bags at Walmart are this shape, but variable sizes. There's a whole bunch of different ones. Put those off to the side. I do need to get back to finish those models at some point in time. I don't know when I'm going to, but sometime I will. Probably never. Those were Malifaux miniatures. I do not play Malifaux anymore. It's fun while it lasted. It definitely was more about the models for me than the game. All right. Get in here and get orange completed. Again with the orange, because it's such a light color, I don't care how dirty I am putting it onto the model and getting it on top of other colors. Because it's such a lighter color, it'll cover up easier than having to cover up, you know, purple on orange, for example. Okay. I think that's the last bit of the orange base. It looks like it. And I'm just going to shove some down here. In the back where the scrolls are, I'm just going to shove a big glob of it down there and blindly work it into that spot because there is a scroll. Back of his robe does go back there. Get it in there. No one's going to see it, but if I leave it gray, it will stand out. So it is now 9 o'clock. I think we'll see how far I get at 10. If I don't get far enough by 10 o'clock, I'm going to keep on going. But if I get good enough, I'll probably call it at 10 o'clock. That'll have been 4 hours. But I think I might do this more often in a more casual sense. I think if there's and I know there's a bunch of groups out there where they get together online and they paint miniatures while they're all in chat rooms or whatever. I think that might be a good way for me to really buckle down and get to painting again more frequently. Because I have a metric ton of models for various games that just are not standing a chance of being completed. Let's see here. His back is going to be kind of tricky. I don't know if you can see there. See if I get it focused on it pretty good. You can see there's a bunch of tiny little plates on top of the leather. Now, why that's going to be tricky is because there's all these little spots where there aren't plates where the leather will be sticking out. And if I use a really dark brown, it's going to be difficult for whatever plate color I use to cover that up. So let's get to work, though. And let's do that next. Let's get that cape done. Yeah, because I got that brown to do there that I missed. Yeah, right. I think it will be breakfast on the road somewhere because we're going to take we have 2 dogs. We have 2 large dogs. We're going to take them up to one of the dog parks. One of the new dog parks that opened up. It's on a lake. We'll take them there. They'll have a good time. So we'll stop somewhere and get breakfast. Somewhere to go. Somewhere cheap. Maybe we'll get waffles to go. She loves waffles. It's not a bad idea, actually. Plus, breakfast in bed doesn't work in this house. The dogs have no boundaries. That will just be breakfast in bed with the dogs. You know what? I think I'm gonna. I think that will be the lighter brown color. It's duster there. No, it's got to be the darker brown texture-wise. It matches up better. That's getting thick there. So what we're going to do is we're going to put a little drop of water there on the side, and we're just gonna work it down into this. And now it's really thin. Now it's really thin. We'll see. We'll see how thin it is. Okay, it's not too thin. I do have too much on my brush though. That much is for sure. Maybe pretty thin, but oh yeah, that's just too thin. Yep, way too thin. Way too thin. Thicken it up with another drop. Whoa. Aha, I've got the magical try to paint nugget that comes out of the balls occasionally. Yeah, I don't want the rooms to be super dark though. I want them to have the same kind of light gray that the other rooms are going to have. I want them to be a little brighter. If I go the darker with them, I don't think they'll stand out that well on top of the darker brown. I don't think, anyways. We'll see. We'll play around with it. No matter what I do with those rooms, those plates on the back there, I'm gonna have to wash them. Put a wash over it. They're just too too fine detail of a feature. Yeah, this orange is very bright. The next thing I want to do is I want to get the gray stones done on his skin. I probably shouldn't do that now or do that next because I'm gonna have to clean things up, but that's gonna help me psychologically because I know that's gonna be the thing that brings when I see that on his chin, it's gonna bring the model together for me. It's gonna give me that, oh, that's gonna be cool model. It's gonna be a cool model feeling, you know. Sometimes it's the eyes. More often than not, it's when I get the eyes done on a miniature that triggers that moment for me that, oh, this model's awesome, it's gonna look great. But this guy is definitely gonna be the stones on his chin. It's gonna be that moment. That special moment. Oh, I did miss another orange spot right up. Oh no, that's his metal. That's the plate, the back plate. Good. I didn't want to put any more orange on there. So, Jason, how long have you been at the festival today? Ah, so are you at home now, I guess? And for those of you that can't see, I'm talking to Jason Herbert in the Trollbloods Facebook group. And we have a conversation going on there in the post section of the chat section part of where I made the link. I posted the link to the YouTube video or the stream here, and he's been at he was running a food vendor thing, selling these amazing looking meatball pockets at this jazz festival in New Orleans. And I guess bad weather rained it out, but that's good for me because he's joined me here on the YouTube stream as I paint Ragnor, the new Mark III Trollblood Warlock from Privateer Press. Ah, so you traveled, I guess, to go there. All right, this is one of my favorite parts here. You have to paint a large surface that nobody's really ever going to see. His cape under here. I'm just going to load the brush up with a whole bunch of thick brown paint and just go to town, blindly covering the sections that nobody's going to see. Yeah. Those parts of it just generally feel so good because you accomplish so much in such a little amount of time. Now I'm going to have to be careful when I'm holding this model going forward because he's got these pokey bits of where the cloak flares out, and brown is one of those colors that is affected greatly by the grease on your fingers. It does not have the best adhesion. Something about the pigments in it, it doesn't have the best adhesion to it. All right, there's more colors on the body. It's starting coming together. How's the video quality there, Jason? So, yeah, because like I can see the my screen, but my screen is going to be better than everybody's because it's not going across the internet. you know what I'm going to go do? I am going to go look at the Insider posted a couple of days ago. Actually posted yesterday. Because they have an article for Ragnor. And I just want to take a look at the artwork and see if there is something that I missed by chance. Something I'm not seeing by chance. All new edition, all new war. Alright. Party Press Insider. Like Valiant Court, talking about Ragnor. Yeah, baby. Really cool artwork and concept going on here. Yeah, if I would have came and looked at this earlier, I could have clearly seen those gloves before I went at it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna, armor-wise, I think I'm going to follow exactly how the studio did it. It's going to be steel, gray kind of plating, and then there's going to be some gold slash, you know, copper, or not copper, but some gold, goldish colored. Ribbing, I guess, on the armor. I'm not exactly sure how to say it. But yeah, that's what I'm going with. So if you go to the Insider, it was released a couple of days ago, or yesterday, by Brian Villeneuve, whatever. There's the concept art and some paint, some coloring down. I'm going to copy that armor, the armor coloring, for sure. Oh, and yeah, if you look at the coloring there, the cloak did match. They had it match his cowl, and they actually had the cowl and the tartan separate colors. No, I'm not doing that. I want them to be the same color. But that being orange, that's gonna be a lot of work to go back and cover that back over. But I'm not gonna. I like it the brown. I like it the leather. Well, that's good to know. That's kind of what I thought would happen. I figured everybody would, right when they joined, it'd be pretty blurry, but they just have to give it a few minutes and it would work its way up. That's what my initial testings were showing anyways. Which is kind of hard to test it on the same computer I was filming on. So I said I'm going to do this metal, like a gun metal. And let me move my water bottles, because I'm going to use a different water bottle for metallic, because you don't want to mix your metallic colored brush off with non-metallic, your opaque paints, because then you'll get metallic flakes in those. So we're going to do 3 drops metallic, this is a plate mail metal, essentially gun metal or gun bore metal or something. I don't know the privateer press color names. And then we'll mix this with actually not uniform gray. It's kind of, they're very similar tone, but this is really dark, so I'm going to use I'll cut it with the ash gray. And I will not add water, mixing it up right now. It'd be too thin. has pretty much the same tone as the primer, and that's not bad. So with this big, thick glob, I don't really want to waste all that paint. Let's put this down. Yeah, that is pretty much the exact same color as the primer. Wow, yeah, that's a little too light. That is too light. Too light. Gotta add. Well, I haven't seen his stat card, Ragnor. I haven't seen. So Jason asked, I wonder how Ragnor plans on rivaling Doomshaper without a dire troll. Mulg eats lights for breakfast. That's very true. Mulg eats everything. But so here's how. Again, I haven't seen the cards. I don't know the rules, and I never heard anything from anybody official privateer press. But the rumor is that Ragnor is going to run a more defensive route with with beast manipulation. So he's like Doomy clearly runs a much more aggressive style with the beasts. Ragnor is supposed to um, buff them up defensively and make them a little more sterner, a little more sturdy, which kind of makes sense if you're going to put him in with, if you're going to put a bouncer in with him, you know? So we'll see. I think he'll be really cool no matter what. I think his playstyle is going to be drastically different from anybody else that we have. So that's good. That's good. And I'm pretty certain that his weapon's going to be magical as well. So that's also good. Because different play strategy warlocks that from everybody else that typically don't have magic weapons, people tend to not take Gunbjorn, for example. Alright, this is a little darker. This should look better. Yep, that contrasted it just enough. Probably can't tell on camera, but it's contrasted just enough. Just dark enough. So now I'm taking, with them putting this armor plate down, all the dirty out of the lines I did with the brown. I'm being real careful this time in cleaning up and making sure my lines are nice and sharp. Yeah. So who's your favorite Trollblood Warlock to use, Jason? Myself, I lean towards Borka and Epic Magic. Or Prime Borka. Good. I haven't had much time with him at all. With Epic Borka, I don't know even how he really plays all that much. How I would play him, anyways. I know his basic strategy, but I don't even have mine assembled yet. I'm doing a lot of conversion work on the bear. Ah, I ran Borka, P Borka with family. Yeah, he was a bit of a, again, it kind of goes back to the Mountain King. When the Mountain King came out, everybody had this super excitement and perception of how aggressive he should be. And the Borka's bear just wound up not being nearly as aggressive as I think a lot of people wanted him to be. Because in his prime version, Borka is super aggressive. So you just would expect him to have turned that aspect up to 11. But not the case. Not the case. At least not that I know of, anyways. Not that I've been reading. Like I said, I haven't really played him all that much. But a giant troll warmonger riding a bear, that should be like Fenris level kind of aggression, really. There shouldn't be anything passive about him. It should just be all out war all the time. No, correct. You should also always be drunk. Him and Rock. There was a conversion I saw Rock a while ago where somebody took his arms and had them straight up and shoved two kegs pouring one at a time, or both into his open mouth with his head turned up. I thought that was pretty fitting. Yeah. Or really, the bear should probably have with his claws. He should have a claw bite, like an old school D&D dragon. Claw bite. His claws or arms or whatever attack that should be reach. He should have 2-inch reach on that. I guess then he'd be a different mount. Would have a different type of attack, and then his bite should have a 1-inch. Yeah, Berserk would be good. I don't remember. Does the bear have Man-Eater on him? I want to say he's got something like Man-Eater. Crit brutal, yeah. No, he should have Man-Eater. That'd be crazy. Crazy good. Yeah, this gray has turned out good. It's just it has a slight metallic element to it, which is good. That's what you want. So it looks like metal because the metallic, just regular metallic paint, just has too much metallic fleck in it. I think Privateer Presses paints, which ironically, as much as I herald their metallics, I don't have them. I used to, and then I lost them. I left them at a store one time, and I just never reacquired them because, like, oh well, I got this other paint. I should pick them up. That would be smart. I mean, I do work in a warehouse filled with, or distributor filled with everything. Huh. Facebook is offering a translation for no crit brutal. Let's see, what does it suggest? Facebook wants to translate no, comma, crit brutal to don't cry, brutal. That's funny. This gray steel color into in between all these rune plates on his belly. I really like these rune plates on his stomach. Those are going to look really cool when they're done. What color glow should the runes be? Because the standard is that tealish color that trolls have. that the studio paints them. I could do different colors. I could do a yellow. I could do a green. And it's a really cool looking model. Green, Athena? I guess my wife is. She sent me a Facebook message. She's over on the couch. She hears me. Instead of just telling me, she sends me a Facebook message. It's just green. Okay. It's always good to twist the model around from a bunch of different angles and see things. Because there's a lot of contours, you know? So when I was looking at them like this, I couldn't see the orange that was still on the plate, the belly plate. When I turned it like that, I could clearly see that the orange was on the belly plate, just the different angle. And here in the corner, this little cranny. Oh, I got this big old side piece to do over here. This one's kind of tricky because you got the scroll sticking out. It's right underneath his arm. The leg plate's coming up. It's just not a whole lot of room to get in there. I guess I think it'd be easier to start here and work my way out this way. Because the scroll's the thing that's really in the way. Those are the things that are the annoying in the way. Everything else is easily manageable because of like this little nubbin sticking out. It kind of plays a trick on your eyes because you see the mass of the scroll. You just don't see that little nubbin sticking out. That's always what messes me up. And I lose sight of the brush. Okie dokie. And then I've got the orange here to clean up for his. Do this. So the whole top thing is metal. Wrap it around here. It's a shame I'm not further along on this model. My brush control is really good right now. Underneath that arm is gonna be tricky. I'm just gonna have to go back with this brown. There's no way I'm gonna cover that plate area properly without getting all over that leather strap I did. That's fine. I'm gonna come back in with a bunch of other colors anyways. It's basically what this is just kind of putting down base colors and then retouching up and making sure your lines are nice and even, nice and solid, crisp lines. I think his belly and his back plate are done. Actually, nope, I gotta do this one over here. What I thought was the top of the leather strap is actually the bottom of belly plate armor. Just nothing but belly, just metal plate over here on the side. And top of this. Oh, I'm off the camera again. I tend to hug the model right underneath my head when I paint. Okay. Clean that brush really good. All right. All right, we're coming up on 10 o'clock, and I am not where I want to be. So I'm going to make my next goal 11 o'clock. Basically, I want to get at least as much as I can down. I want to get 90 to 100% of the base colors on the model. So at least the basic colors are on there, and everybody that's watching, which has really only been Jason this whole time through, can at least see that far of the process live. And the rest of it, I will make sure to take photos and post online. But I want to at least get, like I said, I want to at least get that far. Which I should. I should be able to. No problem. Now that I've said it, an accomplishable goal. I do have to remix here. It's kind of unfortunate because I never really am a big fan of using mixed paints. I like just using paints out of the bottle, mainly because I haven't really actually had a whole lot of problems with matching a paint again when I go to mix it. But I know there's going to be that time where I do it and I just for the life of me can't match it again, especially among army stuff. I like to use stuff right out of the bottle and not have to mix it. That is unfortunately what I have done with this metal, but it's really easy to do. It is 2 drops of the metal, 1 drop of the light gray, 1 drop of the dark gray. Specifically, we are at 2 drops plate metal, 1 drop, 2 drop, 2 drops plate metal. We are 1 drop ash gray, and 1 drop uniform gray. I believe something here is going to counterbalance each other out, but that is what I did, and that is what I got before, so that is what I'm going to do. Let's mix it back up. Yep, it's the same color, so I did it right. Yay! Good job, Mike. All right. And we have more than enough of this metal to last me. I believe the only things I have left to do are, for metal anyways, is the other leg plate. Oh, and I'll do the plates up here in his little gauntlet. So everybody been hearing the news about the Monster Apocalypse movie? We have some directors fighting over the rights now. That's awesome. That was a fun game. I enjoyed it. There were some quirky things about it. There's definitely some models that were really out of balance. But it was a neat game. Some of the best pre-painted plastics I've ever seen, too. That was one of the scares when that game came out. People in the community were freaking out, thinking Privateer Press was going to go to pre-painted plastics for War Machine and Horde. Those were some funny days on the forums. Lots of doom, doom, doom! That's it for the metal plating. I believe that's it for that metal plating. All right. Well, you know what? Let me go back to that picture. Let's just kind of get some. Yeah. All right. Seeing what played? Monster Apocalypse? Yeah, well, they weren't fighting over it because it was a great game. The original pitch for it happened out before Pacific Rim happened. Thank you. And I think like Guillermo del Toro was part of the the initial crew that wanted to do it. People wanted it for the concept, and then Pacific Rim came out, and it was dropped like a bad habit. Now, studios are fighting over it, which is really cool. That would be it's fantastic for privateer press in general, right? That would be great for them. That would give such a big cash flow. That also puts such a big public spotlight onto War Machine Hordes. You know, we get a lot more people into the hobby. That'd be great. You know, that would help. It'd be like tabletop kind of done it for. It'd be like how tabletop is done for the board games. Yeah, the Voltron box is really cool. I picked that up day one. That was a really cool box. There was some studio that was coming out with a large, high quality toy of the original Voltron, the lion model, whatever it's called, $400 or something. I tried as hard as I could to justify spending the money on it, but in the end, I just couldn't. All right. Perfect. Oh, a War Machine movie would be awesome. Well, I mean, that's next, right? If Monster Apocalypse does well, you bet a War Machine. You know Matt Wilson has like 12 scripts already done. He's got to. That's his dream. You know, that's his dream. And it probably wouldn't be War Machine out of the gate. It would probably be a Hordes movie. That was the original. If you go back to what was it, D6 Generation? It's a podcast, an interview with Matt Wilson in like, oh god, it must have been 2009 or 8. He does with those guys. You know, he talks about the early days, like when he came up with the idea, and he went to Wizards of the Coast. He used to work for them. He was a painter or an artist for Magic and then Legend of the Five Rings, and you know, that's where he got his start in the industry. He was doing artwork. Fantastic artist. So he goes to Wizards of the Coast and he pitches Hordes originally, not War Machine. He goes and pitches Hordes, and they viewed it and saw, okay, that's a great movie. That's not a great movie. Sorry, that's a great game. It would do really well. However, it's not going to make enough money for us. It's not going to be profitable enough. And you know, when you get to a company that size of Hasbro, that's how you view things. Like that profit margin is not big enough. So they turned him down. And I think to this day, it's probably still not as profitable as they probably want it to be, or they would want it to be. But that's interesting. The first game he went to pitch was Hordes, not War Machine. And then when he went out on his own, he did War Machine first. And I think that's because the appeal was wider, and the mechanic of focus over Fury is much easier to grasp than the Fury. But I thought it was interesting that's where he went first. First to Hasbro, pitched Hordes, not War Machine, and then they turned him down. Yeah. Back to the Voltron thing. I have a friend who bought bought that Transformer Megaplex like 2 years ago. It's like a $200 or $180 or something, or maybe it was $300. I don't remember. I thought he was crazy. And then they announced Triptychon. Ooh, I don't know how many times I had my finger hovering over the mouse button, clicking to buy it. That one was really close to a stupid purchase. But that would be cool to have a Triptychon. Quite. Magic is the lifeblood for most game stores, and it is the lifeblood of this industry. I can't argue that. We as a distributor, we make more money off Magic than anything else. We make more money off Magic than most things combined, actually. It's just it's such a powerhouse. It's such an easy thing to sell. It's such an easy thing to play, and Wizards of the Coast have done a fantastic job making the organized play very effective and accessible to everybody. They've done a very, very good job at that. And that's also one of the reasons why Privateer Press has done so well in the miniature scene, because before them it was just Games Workshop. And nobody, no matter what they did, no matter how good the models were, no matter how good the rules were, nobody was able to get a foothold. And then Privateer Press comes along, and they do some pretty strong OP stuff. You know, they have some really good, and I say OP, I mean organized play. So tournaments and leagues and stuff like that. And Privateer Press had a game that yielded very well to the tournament scene, and people stuck around. All right, give me 1 second. I do have to take a break real quick. Be right back. I'm going to go on mute. Okay, I'm back. Rodimus Prime was my favorite. X-Wing has become very popular. X-Wing is also another one of those games that definitely, like Magic, keeps a lot of game stores open. It's very, very profitable. Even more now after the ASME North America agreement. It's more profitable for game stores, distributors, and Fantasy Flight themselves. All right. One plate right there. I don't know what color it should be. I think it's going to be the same color as the stone. But, oh, I got a cat hair in my paint. No bueno. I swear, cats. Oh, does he? Good. Yeah, I have a lot of industry friends who are there, and they've been posting some really great photos from Kingdom Con. That convention has grown drastically. That is now a very, very good sized convention. If you're a game store or a publisher that's based out of California, you have got to go. Well, I guess West Coast somewhere. I'm happy this year I get to go to Essen, Germany, the board game convention. In case whoever's listening does not know, I'm a pretty big board gamer nowadays. It's easy for me to get that done. Most of my favorite games are German or European kinds of games. Man, I walked away. That was long enough for this paint to dry up a bit. That's not good. Cock photo album or Coke. Oh, very cool. Very cool, Glacier King. What are some good board games? That is a broad question, so I will answer that with general types of good games because there's different categories. You know, myself, I like worker placement games like Lords of Waterdeep. That's a very simple introductory board game to a worker placement. So I like that, and I also like heavier, what are called Euro games, which are worker placement to a degree, but they're generally more resource management. So you're working to go get a bunch of wood or coal or something like that. Different types of resources. You're going to gather them to achieve certain goals. So some good games that I would suggest to anybody, or better yet, my top three, that'll make this answer a lot easier. My personal top three board games. Seasons is my number one. That's my favorite game. It's got everything in it I like. It has card drafting, like you would play in Magic. It has some dice rolling mechanics. It has some board manipulation elements, and art-wise, it's gorgeous. It's a really pretty game. Lots of great artwork. The components look really good, and it's bright and colorful, and it's easy. It's one of those games that exemplifies. It actually is easy to learn but difficult to master. It actually is that. The Seasons is my number one. My number two board game is a game that I kind of helped work on called Apex Theropod, a deck building game. It is a deck building game. If you're unfamiliar, kind of deck building is kind of like a Dominion. Dominion started that genre, where you're going to have a pool of cards to choose from to purchase by some game mechanic, and then you add them to your deck, and throughout the game you fine tune your deck. The concept came from like building your Magic deck. So Apex is probably my second. In that game, you play a species of apex dinosaur predators, so Tyrannosaurus Rex, or Allosaurus, or Carnotaurus, or whatever. So you'll play those species, and you're going to fight for different resources in the game trail, which could be different types of prey. And when you hunt them and successfully kill them, you'll get their evolution point value. So a small little prey might only be worth 2 evolutions, so think $2. Throughout the game, you're going to collect all these evolution points. You're going to use them to buy upgraded versions of the species that you have, species cards that you have, or different just general evolutionary traits. So you're going to be evolving your species throughout the game, and you're going to have to deal with harsh weather effects. And then towards the end of the game, you have to face mass extinction, where the asteroid comes down, hits the planet, and wipes out the dinosaurs. And there's one big final round where everybody's fighting each other, and ultimately there will be one person standing. So that's probably my second favorite game. And my third game, that's a hard one to just say top three, but I'm probably gonna have to say right now it has to be Viticulture. Viticulture is a worker placement game where you are harvesting wine or harvesting grapes and managing a grape farm to craft different types of wine and then sell those wine to the mechanic in the game. So it's just a really good game. It's nothing super complicated. It's very simple and basic, and it's another one of those games that is easy to learn, hard to master kind of thing. So that's a good one. Those are my top three. But I don't think any of those three are ones. Maybe Viticulture. I would suggest to people because they both Apex and Seasons have or can have a bit of a steep learning curve to some degrees. Like I could pick somebody apart in seasons. I could make it so my opponent doesn't stand a chance against me if they've never played before. Same thing in Apex. I can be brutal and just keep that game 100% in my favor when we're playing. But Viticulture is easy enough that a brand new player could come on, learn it, maybe fumble around the first turn or two, not do the most optimal turn, and still be able to be competitive against me. So those would be my top three board games. Seasons, Apex, and Viticulture. And as you said, yes, Lords of Waterdeep does have an app on the iOS. I wish there was one on Android. There's actually a lot of apps on the iOS for board games. There are not that many for Android, unfortunately. Yep, I should have kept his hands off and then assembled. They are just on there at a certain angle that's making this much more difficult than I want it to be. So do you have any board game preferences? Or any other gaming types outside of miniature gaming? Oh, I'm again off of the camera. I keep doing that. I am clearly not good at this camera thing. And like I said, I want to pull the model right underneath me, right underneath my face. Ugh, doing so good. And I just had a fat glob there. Okay. Dirty, but I'll have to go back and clean up the brown, which is fine. I got those plates done. I got the plate right there. Plates on his legs, plates on his sides, belly plate. I got that buckle done. The side buckles over here. Gotta do the side buckles. There's these leather straps right underneath his arms, holding the back plate and the front plate together. That's dirty. Let's go back and clean that up again. Yeah, that's real dirty. Ugh. All right. Uh-oh, that was too perfect. That means something catastrophic is about to happen. You guys can't see it, but that was perfect. Painting that belt buckle. Something catastrophic will happen now. Yep, I keep pushing it. I keep pushing it. Nope. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Something's gonna happen. So I went to Vegas about a month ago, a little over a month ago, for the Gamma Trade Show. And you'll probably be able to relate to this, Jason, since you're from Louisiana. Actually, I don't know if you guys have sweet tea there or not, but sweet tea is the drink down here. Like that's what everybody gets. They get tea. That town, Vegas, nobody had sweet tea. Everybody just had tea, and you could add sugar packets. I'm losing my mind. It's like all I drink is tea. They had regular tea, and I could add, like I said, I could add the sugar packets, but they didn't have brewed sugar tea or sweet tea. Barbaric. That's dirty. That is really dirty in there. I'm gonna have to clean that up pretty good. Alright, so let's get yeah, High Command was good. I really had really good high hopes for that. I was hoping it would have stuck around better than it did, but it unfortunately did not. The game it required too many resources from you too often, and that turned people away from it. At least that was the issues I had with it. Correct. Las Vegas is uncivilized. Really, first board game was Kingdom Death. Well, you know what? I am painting these runes wrong because there's going to be a color in there. And if I go to paint that color after I get this gray on, it is not going to go well for me. You know what? I don't think there's enough of a color difference between this stone and the metal that I use. I don't think so. I'll have to see after I get out from underneath the white light here. Because a lot of times if you're using another like a really bright light source, it highlights the colors or reflects surrounding colors kind of thing. And when you get it to the table, it finally looks a little different, when you're under just natural light. I'm just going to fill this in. Just the light coloring. just so when I do put the color in there, it'll have the same stony kind of contrast or foundation. I went over to that other room real quick because I had a lot of paint on this brush, and I pulled it back, so I just went over to a flat surface, dumped off some, and then came back to the area I was working on. No need to be wasting paint. Oh yeah, I can see the contrast now between the armor. Would I recommend Lords of Waterdeep? It's a very good game. It is a very, very good game. It's not complicated. It doesn't have a very deep strategy to it, so it's very accessible to a lot of beginners. And it's really good components, and it's just a very good game. I would also recommend the expansion, Scoundrels and Skullport. It's not necessarily needed, but once you've played Lords of Waterdeep enough, you're going to want a little something more. And some board games have expansions that a lot of board gamers just say you never will play without it. And that's one of them. That game's expansion, once you play with it, you'll never want to play the game without the expansion. It just adds a little bit extra to it that is really good. So yes, I would definitely recommend Lords of Waterdeep. It's a very, very, very good board game. I would also recommend a game called Valeria Card Kingdom. That game I don't know how to describe it. There's this new type of game coming out that Machi Koro started, new genre. We have a bunch of cards out in front of you that you can purchase. It's kind of like a deck builder. So you acquire those cards, and they go to your player tableau right in front of you. And you roll dice, and if the dice matches the number on the card, it triggers the ability, and you get its effect. And that's what Valeria's main mechanic is. That's also a very good game that I would recommend to people. Valeria Card Kingdom. And another good one, another one of my games that's on my that's definitely like an auto recommendation from me, but maybe isn't my top 3. A game called 5 Tribes from Days of Wonder. That's a very, very good game. A very good game. I can't even words don't even know how I can't make my words work right now to make it to describe it, but that's a very, very good game. Days of Wonder make nothing but good board games. Okay. Yeah, it's starting to come together pretty good there. I like it. I like it. You know what? Let me do this because this is gonna his stones are gonna be the exact same color as this. I think. Are they? Are they gonna be the same color as this? No. I think his stones are gonna be the gray that's a hair brighter. Let me put this on and see what it looks like. You know what? Yeah. Yeah, they're gonna have to be that that gray. This is the hair lighter, the stones on his skin. Yep. Well, what I'll do. Uh, some board games do. Some board games don't. Example of the game Apex I was talking about. That game is light years ahead of pretty much, in my opinion, every board game's design. The designer for that, the guy that designed the game and did all the artwork himself, is Herschel Hoffmeyer. Go check out that game on Board Game Geek. Apex Theropod deck building game. I believe if you just go to Board Game Geek and you type in Apex, it should come up. There's two different boxes you're going to get, one little black one and then one more of a rectangle light gray with a T-Rex on it. That is stunning. Very, very cool game. You can also go to the Kickstarter page and check out all the artwork for it. Or you could go to our website, phdgames.com, and one of the more recent articles that I wrote was about Apex. It should be 4 or 5 little blog posts down from the top. Very cool artwork. Very, very good artwork. The guy is phenomenal. But there's very few board games in the market that have that artwork appeal like War Machine has, with like Andre's artwork and stuff. Andre's artwork is freakish. That guy is phenomenal at what he does. Herschel comes really close, or he's just as good, in my opinion. But yeah, board games they tend to have, a lot. The market is very much controlled by the European market. It's very, very much more powerful of a dollar cash machine in Europe. And there's a very typical and standard artwork that European board gamers like. If you go look at Agricola or Caverna, or any of the games by Uwe Rosenberg, UWE space Rosenberg, those kinds of covers are the ones that you're commonly going to see out of Europe, and that's the kind of artwork that is sought after. That kind of bland cartoon look to it. I don't mind them. Some of them, that style's grown on me. I very much am required to have good-looking artwork in games for me to enjoy them. I'm that shallow. But those games, the artwork has grown on me, like I said, because I love those types of games so much. When it comes to miniatures, I have a totally different standard. I have a very rigid standard when it comes to miniature games. I got very spoiled with Rackham back in the day with Confrontation. The old Confrontation models, they're gorgeous. So a game from Cool Mini or Not called Wrath of Kings miniatures game. Amazing miniatures. I mean, absolutely amazing miniatures. The rules to the game are good too. It's a good game. It's a very good game. Very, very good. But it hasn't taken off. And the reason why goes back to like when we were talking about when Privateer Press first started out. The main reason they got really popular when nobody else could is organized play. Events in stores, giving people the reason to come out to the stores and play. Wrath of Kings never had that, unfortunately. It's a shame, because it is a very, very good game. But the Wrath of King miniatures are gorgeous. I have a whole Nasier army, Nasier. They're these master swordsmen. Think Scorn, right? With these big masks. And Pelgraf, which are these scantily clad, heavier set women. But they're just really great models. Everything's really good about them. And that's the last of the runes on his belly. And I guess we'll do the rune tags here on his leg pads. This guy's covered in runes. It's like he split the sky and runes fell out everywhere. Okay. Back to the runes. I think gray is turning out to be one of my favorite colors to paint. I've never had a problem with gray. It goes on smooth. It's a universal color. It fits almost everything. I don't know what that says about me, though. My favorite color is gray. well, to paint with. My favorite color is blue. And I tend to shove blue into everything. So much so that I actively don't use it anymore. My Minoth were white and blue. I can mark one. I believe I was the first person to do it. At least that anyone, like in the world, anyone in the forums or whatever knew about. I've been playing this game since early on. I think I still have. I think I have the most posts on the old forums before they switched over. Something like 50 or 60,000 or something like that. Stupid amount of time. I used to live and breathe this stuff, man. Now I just buy and sell it. Which is a valuable commodity, I guess. And make sure stores have the product that they need. They know how to sell it. And they can keep getting it. That is my job. Oh, that gray back there, that's got to be done. Oh no, so much gray. Well, we are coming to a bit of an end here. In 15 minutes, it'll be 11 o'clock. So let's try to find one thing. Now, one of the accents that would just kind of pop this color. See, he's not looking too complete here. But Jason, I want to thank you for sticking around as long as you have. I appreciate it, sir. You've given me somebody to talk to. And if you were paying attention all week long to all my other little spoilers that I've been revealing for battle boxes, I appreciate that as well. Didn't have any rules to spoil, which is unfortunate, but we are a distributor. We really only care about the product. And that was my goal, to show off the new battle boxes to everybody, the new contents that are inside. I think they're going to be, product-wise, a great addition to the line, and retailers will really be able to use them as a selling point, as a much better starting point than battle boxes used to be. Definitely, I mean, they're $10 cheaper now, and they come with so much more good startup material inside of them that it's just a really good product now. It always was, but it's just that much more so, you know. These rune tags over here. Okay. Okie dokie. Yes, take a bow, sir. Take a bow. And then maybe if you're at Gen Con or Origins or some other convention, we can run into each other. I won't be at Lock and Load, like I said. I mean, I don't think so. I mean, maybe, but I don't think I will be. And this guy is he is covered in runes. I think he's starting to come along here. His colors are starting to come together. I like it. I think I'm going to do, for the runes, the glow. I think it will be very much, I was going to say cricks. I think it'll be like circles. Circles is a little more of a brighter kind of green glow. I think that's what I'm going to do. What areas do I distribute to? Well, at Peach State, we have a warehouse, and we have 5 warehouses in the U.S. Florida, Georgia, New Jersey, Texas, and California. So really, there isn't anywhere that we don't cover U.S.-wise. However, the Northwest, we typically don't have a whole lot of good coverage out there. And then between, I guess really it's kind of just where you're at right now in Louisiana, Missouri. We don't have good coverage in those 2 states. Just like the very middle between Texas and Florida. You know, we just don't have great coverage there. Another distributor is pretty strong in that area. But everywhere else in the U.S., we cover. We're one of the 5, what's recently been called the Big 5 distributors. We also have a sister company called Koki Hobby Distribution, and they distribute to Central and South America, Latin America, as it were. And they are based out of here, Orlando, and they also have a warehouse down in Sao Paulo, Brazil. So global domination. That is the plan, right? So our customers are all of the game stores. Pretty much any game store in the United States can be a customer. Not every game store is, because, well, that'll be a lot of game stores. But our main target that we like to sell to are the hobby game stores. The game stores where you're actually going to be going into and playing. We're going to be playing Magic, for example. That's our strength. The collectible card games is definitely our strength. Actually, any kind of game that's got a competitive nature tends to be where our stores gravitate to. So the Fantasy Flight LCGs, the X-Wing, War Machine, Infinity, those are our strengths. That is where we shine. Board games, while we carry board games, that's not necessarily our strongest market. It's changing. Now that I'm recently been made the purchaser, like about a year ago, and I've been targeting it a little bit better and bringing in better inventory and better games and educating our staff a little better. So Jason, what is it that you do? Is this food business your own, and you just travel around to different shows and different venues and do it, or is the food thing just kind of like a side job? Or is it a full-time job? So if I decided to open a game store, I need to focus on the competitive ones. Not necessarily a true statement. You could keep a casual environment, but the benefit to having a competitive game that you can is that you as a store, it's easy for you to support it, and it's easy for you as a store to keep people coming back to your store because they have to come to your store to play in the events, which is the organized play. So it's not necessarily the only way that you can go, but I feel, and as a distributor business-wise, we feel that any kind of game store needs to be focusing on organized play, which organized play is getting people into the store to play the games. So competitive games just tend to yield better results from that kind of environment. But you could also just have a regular board game event where people come in and they just come in and play this game all day, and then maybe the publisher for the game will send you a bunch of promo cards or something, and everybody who comes in and plays gets what's called a participation prize. So whatever business model keeps customers coming back in is what you need to do. That's the angle that you have to work. What was I painting? Oh, completely forgot which part of the model I was painting. Painting the runes. You've got a little rune tag here. Yeah, in high school, I knew a guy whose dad ran, I don't know, I guess it was just kettle corn. And he used to go to the different racetracks and fairs and carnivals and festivals and stuff, and he would just make giant bags of kettle corn and sell them. So we would go on our summer, kind of like our summer jobs. We'd go with him to these different shows and events, and we would sell kettle corn, and we got paid in kettle corn. We would each be allowed to make a like garbage can sized bag worth of kettle corn and take it. And so we would get the kettle corn, then we'd go home that night and we'd both gorge ourselves on kettle corn and play video games all night. We were like 15, 16 years old or something. It was awesome. Oh, the days. The days of having no requirement for rent or anything like that. You can just get paid in kettle corn. Well, tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get that one. I'm gonna get one of these gold things done. I'm gonna see what it looks like. So let's mix that color. Before I log off, I want to finish the trim around this gauntlet. I'm gonna put the brackets on there. And which color are we gonna do? That's two. You know what? We'll do this. We will start off with a weapon bronze, and then I'm going to add. I'm just gonna add a straight yellow to a demonic yellow. See what color I get from that. All right. Drop. Ooh, that's thick. All right. Let's see what kind of tone we get here. This might be it. This might be the perfect. That is not enough yellow. Not even close. to being enough yellow in there. So we are at 1 drop of the weapon bronze and 2 drops of the yellow. That's still pretty metallic looking, but let's give it a shot. That seems about right. That seems like the color I'm going for here. So again, we are 1 drop weapon bronze, 2 drops demonic yellow. And let's put this on. Oh yeah, that's it. That's the color. That's the color right there, baby. That is the color I'm going for. Perfect. That is a little metallic-y though. That's fine. I'll go back with some highlights and mute out that metallic-ish tone. Yeah, that bronze, wow, that has got a lot of metal in it. That's got a lot of metallic flakes. I really need to pick up the Privateer Press metallic colors. They're very good. Every paint line has its strengths and weaknesses, and that is definitely Privateer Press's strength. Their metallics are really good. All right, swap my water bottle jugs. I miss a gray spot right there. So let me add that gray action. Oh no, it has completely dried up on me, hasn't it? I don't need much. That should do it. Okay, perfect. So let's again. I should have realized something. Metallics are pretty runny, and yellow is also a very runny color. It's very thin pigment. This is a very thin mixture here. I think that is the right color I want to go for. I didn't want anything brighter. I wanted to keep it that bronze tone. I just needed the bronze to be brightened up a little bit, and the yellow has done that. And I'll go back and I will do non-metallic opaque highlights on this. And I'll hit it with an opaque wash as well around the little bolts and stuff. It's kind of disheartening there. There's this big chunk underneath where the plate comes out, and it doesn't go back into his arm here. It just kind of slopes. I don't want it to be. I guess it kind of has to be because it can't be the leather. I'll just have to go back and add some shading to it to give it a little more depth. I'll have to really, really shade it. But I would have much rather liked to seen that plate just kind of stick out a bit. The difference between the plastics and the metals. The metals, you'd be able to cast that. The plastics, you couldn't do that and have the mold be able to release it. So some of the sacrifices you have to make for the plastic. Plastic's always nice because I have majority metal trolls, and my army bags are, shit, 50, 60 pounds. Oh, my apologies, I did not mean to swear there. So plastics has their advantage for sure. Let's see here. We have one more of these little things to do, and then I am going to be calling it for the night. And maybe if we get done with our anniversary day tomorrow early, I'll be able to come back and finish him. I won't be live streaming, but probably just put the headset on and play some music and get him done. A little bit. Gotta go back with the gray, clean it up. But that is I'm gonna get underneath here. I didn't do that. That is that. And then another trim where the gold will go. It'll go down here on his belly, across his belly rather, right down the middle. That'll give that gray and that gray silver kind of plate color a nice contrast. Just sticking this, bright copper or bright bronze rather right down the middle of his belly. I guess I'm gonna do this piece too before I get off of here. Once you paint, once you pop, you can't stop or something. I don't know. Can't think of a limerick right now for painting. Once you no, that's I was gonna say something filthy. I was gonna say once you spread, you can't go to bed. But well, that's dirty. Alrighty. Just keep going, man. Can't seem to find a stopping point I am comfortable with. I think this will be it. I just wish I could have gotten more done for everybody. It would have been nice. Yeah, this color will take really nice to a wash. This bronze. I'm not going to use a wash. I'm going to use an ink, actually. One of Army Painter's ink colors. Probably the strong ink, strong tone ink. Alright, so that's good. Don't think I like that buckle being that color, metallic. That's the metallic. That's that they use that buckle color in the studio coloring. I tend to always like my buckles to be a yellowish gold or a gold tone. But let me paint a little more, and I'll see how that turns out. That buckle might change to this bronze color, but I'll keep finding these little things I want to add before I stop tonight, just to make sure I've got the right placement for these colors. I think this is right. I think this is right. Okay, okay. You have a processing plant for meat, I'm assuming? I guess, yeah, USDA. So, yeah, it has to be a processing meat plant. That's where his knee pad's gonna be like. And then around his ankle here is also gonna have some gold. And then this little, basically there's these plate strips breaking up different parts of the armor. Those are all gonna be gold, or well, this bronze color. For mass production. Oh, you guys make the stuffed breads. Yeah. That sounds good. That sounds fun. I bet it's not that fun for you anymore. You've probably been doing it since you were a kid. Well, guys, this is, I think it's only, Jason's still here. He's been here the whole time, which is great. But I believe it is now, it's 18 past 11. I've been here since 6 o'clock. I have not gotten super far, but I think I'm on the right path. This is, I think, going to turn out pretty good. I don't know how well the orange is actually going to work out. I think it might be a little too shocking But we'll see when we get the highlights and we get the shades in there and we get the shading in there. I think it will turn out, I think everything will turn out great when it's all together. But this is where I will be ending for the night. So again, I appreciate everybody who stopped in and viewed everything, viewed and watched me. I'll have the photos posted up on Facebook and our website if I'm completed, and I'll make one of those 360-degree animated GIF rotations as well when I get done. So appreciate everybody sticking around and watching. And Jason Herbert, special thank you to you, sir. You've been here the whole time. I appreciate it. And have a good night, everybody. Bye.